This is a very, very serious live stream where people need to understand that James Jr. caused suicide. And all he did was steal it from me. He stole my inners, as did Clark Police. All I did was pray all my life and be who I was meant to be. And all Jimmy did was rape and steal. That's all he did. He didn't pray. He acted like he did. He succumbed to the recant and the reiteration. There's not a day that goes by that I don't pray for my family and friends and for those people that I love. Then he put me to psych ward 3 times and lied about me and stole ERIK and STEVIE. And then he succumbed to the recant. I saw, meaning cut off, this coming. So he's role playing that he's scripture. Jimmy didn't pray. He stole my voice and put it to his. So all my family did was act, meaning act and exercise. Not act like porn star, act like Jimmy made a model of me as a robot and used pictures of my vagina. And then he was all righteous. All his family did was steal. My family prayed all their life and sweat and were on their knees praying, being who they were in private, while Jimmy spent his life stealing from me and killing my family and causing suicide to my family, calling it making a strong new interface. For his family that stole, calling it Casey Bonus, strong males and strong females. Jimmy Downey's not supposed to live anymore. He's a thief. Is a Christ impossibility that anyone that's outside the gates would be allowed to use mixed meat? ERIK! Look, don't be afraid, look, don't be less. All the secrets inside. ERIK owns that central touch database. It's different than a false second coming. The second coming already happened. The rapture already happened. Some people wondered if the second coming and the first resurrection and the rapture are the same. It already happened. It happened when at the same point, me being pierced into via pregnant Magdala and me being flogged on the cross, me being pierced into and burned at the stake, and the apostles and the saints being killed via the Downey family, generation throughout generation. During the one resurrection, at the same point, in blink of an eye, between Eastern time and Western time, and what was referred to as capital A period, D period, and capital B period, C period. During the resurrection, life went to the light happened. As a Christ impossibly light she'd still kill or be raptured. And who did this to my brain, the suffering, will ever be forgiven. Everybody who's going to be forgiven was forgiven during 1978. The revelation was done. Jimmy's family lied about end times. Is a Christ impossibility that Jimmy Jr. will ever be forgiven. And Tessa would be forgiven anybody who touched my brain and stole it from my family. And added Michael Majewski to my body. I could feel him down my spine. And Jimmy that stole prayers, referred to me as a knot. Meaning, Erica, you were born being Christ, and that's factual, but that only happened once. Now I'm going to steal it from you and put you into a psych ward and try to kill yourself. I'm doing www.targetness.com. I'm going to disappear now. So my sister's job is trying to make you commit suicide. That's why she emailed Vic Conti and said, check this out. She's been at it for the last few days now. There's thousands of messages. Because I would text thousands of messages. And when they timed to attack my body, stealing every prayer that me and my sons prayed to, and then killed my grandpa, I was going to go, devils, 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 devils. I saved messages. I will play them if anybody wants to hear them, because that's how bad the internal torture was. It was like a tornado going on my body. Well, Clark Police did too. They used a modulation chair and a machine doing deep waves, because the police stole it from me too. They wanted a piece of the resurrection that already happened and lost the Clark Police. So we lose evil intentionally. So my family prayed all their life in secret while Jimmy did to try to make where the resurrection was and where my family was, the return of Christ, open to evil shit. Called it doing a new interface. Erica, you were born being Christ. And I said, Jimmy, you're trying to make me commit suicide. Like, why are you doing this to me? I've been through hell. And that's when Jimmy failed to tell me I'm the one who caused Stephen Edward Senior to punch you and hit you. So he would cause people to hit me the way he did Thomas when he was hacking into my satellites and calls different pies. So he would move satellites around, which carried my inner, and he would move people's circles around and cause them to be angry and then cause them to hurt me. Well, he was in Rosa Catholic High School. The way that he did to Stephen Edward Senior, he called it seeding. And first act E. Jimmy's been doing it since Rosa Catholic High School. As were Megan Tara Kelly. They earned a lot of money doing it. I failed to ever injure Jimmy because I knew that I belonged with the Jimmy that I know. Though Jimmy's an adult, is evil. It's different from me sitting on this toilet peeing while I'm doing this video. It's different than my sons. It's different than the world. It's us. Doing voice of skull. Doing it's us. It's us. Courtesy Clark PD and Megan Tara Kelly, who are goons. They own false businesses. Everything that they use is stolen. Everything that was bought via stolen and using stolen is proof that they are rapists that did it. If you ask Jimmy, how did you afford? Because if you actually hacked into your own physical brain and where your mother was born evil, what kind of businesses would you have? Jimmy said, I wouldn't have any business because I'd be hacking into shit. I want to escape my home life, so I want to design my own house. So I raped the return of Christ. Is Eric really actual biblical return of Christ? He's going to say, absolutely. Was the resurrection and did the resurrection and the biblical first resurrection include Michael Majewski? He's going to say, no, it's a private family and only her private family and how it stretched over galaxies. And yes, there are people from Africa there, people that Eric knew along the way. Did that include you? And is it the wrong? Us. And did you break into her interface and try to make sections because you're afraid of her? He's going to say, it's a Christ possibly included my family. And anyone that stole it from her, I've been doing it since when I was 12 to 15 years old. Because my dad trained me to steal. As Richard Bogdan, they began to kill Erica's family because they wanted to seem like they were her and that Eric was stealing. Or was Erica that Eric was stealing and that we were from her voice. Why would you want to be here from her voice? Because Erica is actually the voice of God. So I connected a computer to her brain when I asked questions about what I was stealing. It made it seem like Erica rebirthed me. Then did what I called flip the switch. And then other families wanted it. Because the first resurrection only included what it included during 978. So is it true that some people were resurrected when Erica snatched them, then they would realize that they were? Yeah. Did you lie about end times, what time it was during 1991? He's going to say yes. Did you spend your life killing the return of Christ? He's going to say absolutely. Why did you say, when Erica said you're trying to make me commit suicide during 2018, when you were killing grandmother and grandma, and she knew it, and she would run to you to stop you, say, you know, you were born different. You just stop. Why? Why? Why did you kill her? Why did you roleplay your Anunnaki and had to lessen the days? Like, why are you such a fucking evil piece of shit and a liar? Who loved you while aware of what you're doing and agreed with you? The wrong people doing voices of skull, Erica doing us because he wanted peace. And it's Stephen Stassi's family. So you all doing no resurrection? I guess I'll go to California. You were being charged with killing my grandmother. Stephen Edward Senior was already resurrected prior to 1978. And prior to 1991. He was suffering a battle, though his soul was already resurrected. I captured his soul. He was already in my hemispheres. So during 1991, when Stephen Edward Senior, we're done 1980, when Stephen Edward Senior, 1980, Stephen Edward Senior was in St. John the Apostle School in 5th grade. Already inside my hemispheres. Jimmy was not. Jimmy seemed like he was in a different universe somewhere. And Michael Majewski was somewhere foreign without allowance, as was James Joshua's family. And the James Jr. that I was James Jr. It wasn't even James Jr. The soul that I captured concerning when I did soul snatching. Maybe we did soul snatching. My grandmother did save a soul, piece of soul that was snatched. Does that have anything to do with Alex looking at a UFO and saying, look, 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 look? No. Though Jimmy tried to hide the meanings of everything because he didn't want me to be who I am, because he hated me. He wanted to kill me. If you ask Jimmy, did you cause premature deaths to the actual return of Christ family? He's going to say, absolutely. What did it require you to do since the 1990s? Illegally. You say, well, we hacked. What did you hack? ERIK's satellite system and central intelligence database that belongs only to her. She owns it. Who is Erica Conti? The girl sitting on the toilet bowl having AB negative blood in her veins. Did she have many children that were born already? Vaginally, they were born still and they were galactical matter and physical someplace else and were ready to be birthed out of her vagina physically, and it's only her restored family that she did see whilst traveling throughout thousands of years and ages. He's going to say yes. Did they have a name rather than no one? He's going to say yes, absolutely. Did you do projects referred to as I want to feel young again, and looked at Erica's Divine Son family and put it to your brain in a movie and plugged into it into manifestation chairs to try to make you where that family did personal chips? He's going to say absolutely. Was Michael Majewski a part of that family? He's going to say no. Was your sisters, what you believe was your sisters, part of what was soul fell into only you rather than Megan Tara Kelly and your dad and your mom, who were aside the other books permanently, were Michael Majewski and the Clark Police Department ever a part of the resurrection? And the first resurrection, he's going to say there are some people that are completely banned from Christ. What does that include? Everyone on the IMA social media list. The IMA social media list, yes, they're the ones who killed Christ throughout years. Eric already closed the doors to them. So my sister was mad that she closed all the doors. And that's partly why Megan said, you sound evil, when Eric was going, devils! We were about to put her in a psych ward and pulled what she prayed into after we did it during 1990s night illegally. And then said, you sound evil. I am God's child. I need to block you now. And then put her in a psych ward. You're in the hospital? I wasn't aware of that. Check this out, because WHUCH has a checklist to go down to cause their victims commit suicide. So part of Megan's job, where she earns money after stealing from the Return of Christ, like the Return of Christ is Megan's family, is trying to commit me and my sons to commit suicide and trying to cause them to evict that too. As it was listed that the people that do that work do it because they're taught that the targeters live an easier rest of their life once they kill their target and cause them to commit suicide. It was described that it's easier for the targeters who go and rape people and kill people and steal and cause accidents the way Jimmy was trained to, live an easier rest of their life when their targets finally commit suicide. So if you are saying, is it legal what Megan does? No, it's not illegal. They try to own what Eric was born ruling. Global reset, New World Order. So it reigned over, and it will always reign over, their privacy, what Erica chose, and are completely distinct from. So meaning the New Jerusalem, makes less of ice cream, Erica's less, and the Polish Mafia, the return of Christ. So complete the revelation, complete, only the pure though. So it's the New Jerusalem, return of Christ. And then that few families that are inside the hemispheres being controlled at a specific pattern of time too. And divine sunshine places spaces. Makes less, because that's what Celeste are doing too. And then guards the hemispheres where they're able to receive a healing. And they're guarded via my eyes, head to toe, our eyes. Because like my grandmother, well, she's still being used, satanically used as we're in a laboratory lab rat by Jimmy. Are completely different than, as my uncle. So we're different than, that's when it comes to a recant, are completely different than, let's recant, as are my sons. Because Jimmy's doing testing and testing their gifts when they're in utero. while raping their brothers and sisters. I will give the name better than sons and daughters. They're completely different than other than separate from. The ones that do that's us. That's us. It's controlled hack in progress. It's Jimmy's naked. It's like us. It's us that raped you. It's us. And James Jr. That identity, James Patrick Jr., where you're saying, well, can Kelly, Meghan, Tara receive a soul snatch? No, they were born soulless. They were born in the other worlds and in an evil place. If you're asking, what does that mean? That means that James Patrick Jr., the identity James Jr. is a false identity. Though Meghan Downey, Tara Downey, and Kelly Downey are simply thieves. So when you see them doing Danny Boy, and holding a car keys in their hands, Danny called it ride or die. So Danny was raping me. So ERIK was born having both immaculate conception satellites. So we were to ask, there's two exceptions. Yes, the answers to those questions were stolen. While Jimmy went to look at some answers, where's Jesus being flogged? Where's Elijah? Where's Noah's Ark? Because all the scriptural people are in a time and place where the places are still active. It's real. So Jimmy found a way to pick it into a cable company. So stole my ether, because when ERIK was jumping in forth to save Dem and Vic and Tootsie to remind them who they are, the way Gabriel does. ERIK is Gabriel. Though already completed Gabriel, the 24 elders, the 4 beasts, and the Lamb's throne. This makes for me. And that's proven it's factual. So it's head to toes, neck connected to the body. Just make sure there's only one I am Johannes. Christ, will there be a mirror world to that? So Jimmy tried to make it seem like there was. So it's in Christ's impossibility that James Jr. was ever an existing person, was ever supposed to happen. So when Jimmy's soul was snatched, people that receive a snatched snow, physical doing it's us. We all had a chance to be you. We did gestational rape. Jimmy stretched you over the people that killed you, and then asked you to watch Braveheart during 1997. Then caused anorexia and bulimia and tried to portray you as were you the queen of Babylon, when Jimmy found it inside your hemispheres and put it towards you and put it toward a manifestation. Caused anorexia and bulimia. He wanted to cause disease, and one day plagues will come upon her, and disease and grief and famine plain, because the one who actually suffered that, because all the revelation was done and complete, and because the one that actually suffered that, Megan Danny Gonzalez in America, and every nation, all languages that were outside and succumbed to locked outside. So there are those Spanish people, those Polish people, those white people, those black people that were locked outside the hemispheres. So there were also hemispheres in a false parallel universe and a false mirror world. You would ask, is it possible that Jimmy Downey lied to us? Yes, he's doing his version of Gog and Magog, seduction. So did he lie to Al Qadira? Yes. Did he lie to Billy Cullen? Yes. What did he say to you, Erica, prior to lying to us? He said, Erica, I'm not a nice guy. I ruin people's families. I could identify as a liar manipulator. And he texted me that. He referred to himself as Shitty Jimmy. He said, I can make somebody who thinks that they want hamburgers for lunch think that they want chicken. I can make people think who think that they want chicken for lunch think they want hamburgers. I could identify as a liar manipulator. I said, well, that's not how you were born. So I would counsel him, and all I would do is cry. And then while he was killing my grandmother, he stole their inners, their weaving, and dematrixed them. So that matrix wasn't something that technology formed. Matrix is something that Mixed Me created, and that means the Polish Town Mafia created as one, created and willed into his life, and then was contacted via technology and science and banked privately. So the return of Christ is something different than something that technology contacted and made. It's something very private and distinct in a form, an atomic form. So when I was born, ERIK was higher than the galaxies, this huge being that housed galaxies and hemispheres, and ERIK's own creation. Period. That's the comes we get that sealed in the translucent cultures west. It's completely different than some James's family and the Clark police that are stealing from me, and because the Clark police are without welcome, they would need to ask me rather than the person who stole. Ireland is without welcome. The people on IMA's social media is without welcome. Their brain maps are without welcome. They already succumbed to banned. They already succumbed to cut off and closed out. As of those, I wanted her face. I wanted her face. I wanted her face, this present. I wanted her face. I wanted her face. She had to save Trump. God bless America. It was Tesson's time to shine. So Jimmy looked at my life and picked up. He's like, where Erica would say as a child, I like you, you bad, privately. And it's my time to shine. I come from behind. She shake what you got. Boom. Why not? A cheerleading cheer. So I was a cheerleader. So did Jesus Christ come from behind me? No, Jesus came up from within inside me. The pregnant Magdalene Miriam. Did Jimmy kill my uncle? Yes, he did. Is he delusional at some points? Yes. Is he a stable person? No. No. Is he a good person? No. No. Is he orchestrating the whole entire event and hangs up the phone when I call him? Yes. What did he refer to himself as? Don't hang up the call. Error, that's 100% false and made up. He's referring to me as the false one. So he's putting what was inside of his mother and his sister's brains to my brain. As there's that I created evil. Will he go to hell for it? Yes, he will. Does Clark Police go to hell? Yes. Trump, yes, they were already there. People to California, no resurrection, I guess they'll go to California. Yes, they're going to hell. Jimmy doing Danny Boy, does all those people in that video go to hell? Yes. Does IMA's social media go to hell? And Alex Gonzalez and Brianna. Jimmy was supposed to be a mate towards me and to me. He needed to prove his vessel. Then he stole it from me and my ecstasy that heals my family, and he de-webbed the matrix that was contact via technology. So he wanted to do what government did. He did it without permission. He did it illegally while he caused killings to my family. So in line with state police records and procedure, people that do that must be executed. So Jimmy tried to beat it, and he was taught to try to beat. He was taught to have the mind and capacity to try to beat laws and try to act like he was God and try to please the people that left him in the basement and killed him. And he wanted me to suffer that. So there was times I was suffering such neuronal pain and torture that I would scream in pain. And then he stole it. He wanted to put his face to it. Well, he was pressing a button to the return of Christ vessel. If you asked Jimmy, did Erica ever give you permission to watch her have sex and to touch her uniform? Her matrix configuration that's privately banked, central to private bank. So it was closed off. It was, if any harassment go to her, it was a timed event. It would go to her while you were unaware that it even existed. He's like, no, it's a Christ possibility that Erica would ever give me permission and give Roger Bogdan permission because they were the families that killed her. They killed the Return of Christ throughout generations. Another question, were you inside the other books? He's going to say, I wasn't supposed to be born. I was born because a part of what soul belonged to, what Erica know, is the fact that Grandma Tootsie's Miriam, and Erica's Magdalene and Miriam, and then throned, and Jesus Christ. It was already proven that Erica's every being throughout Scripture that's pure, and as is Stevie and Erik. And Erica and Stevie were already born prior to 1978, and born during 1978 with Erica, with another Erica. Only Erica's portion, though, minus Stevie and Senior's portion. So Erik and Stevie, the only that they would have inside them are the portions that was proven that are Erica's babies. Extended Erica impersonate Magdalene, Miriam, Jesus Christ, where Erica's babies already had a face, a name, a family. Sealed in glass, sealed in, and one of them with enough mixed glass. So they already knew their own. Another question. So another question. After that, another question. To ask Jimmy, did you know that Erica had babies and they were coming and that they needed to see the apparitions that were seen because it comes from their spiritual brain? He's going to say yes. Did you try to erase their identity? And try to make it seem like it was you and your family. And that it could possibly be a government-owned family. Despite Erica had holograph already did all the testing. So it's a quite possible that another round of government trying to creep in and marry her would ever be possible. He's going to say, yes, I'm aware that Erica had her own babies and that she already did hologram and holograph. Had they back-exception satellites. Stargate and Spygate. Every satellite that proved that where the Return of Christ is was on Erica. That means it's a Christ possibility she was supposed to suffer any more suffering. That means it's a Christ possibility that is what was in her was supposed to be government and could be government born. Why did you suggest that what was inside her was supposed to be married government? And then why did you suggest that you were government and you were her and Erica was government? Because I'm a liar. And after the people abused me, and it was all women that abused me, Richard Bach suggested closing Erica's, what Erica was because she was finished already. And she's a Return of Christ and she's about to control New World Order Global Reset, and that we were closed off. Well, how did Richard Bogdan and you know that there were Central Intelligence Agency databases? How did your sisters know about Central Intelligence? How did your dad know? And why were you hacking since you were 12 to 15 to 17 years old and causing domestic violence to Erica's family and laughing about it and earning a lot of money to build your truck because you were without a job. You didn't have an after-school job, and your sisters left you. Your mother hated you. So where did you get the money to build your big monster truck that you had in high school and to buy the jewelry that you wore and the equipment that you bought to make a business proving that you're a thief and a rapist and a torturer and a hater that hates Christ and is very jealous and killed the actual throughout reality return of Christ, stole it from them, where you're that pathetic, you stole prayers and then put the prayer into a psych ward and put him in a coffin. And that made you feel strong. And then you did the doings called www.talkative.com years prior to you publishing it, and publishing it with guidance from Richard's legal firm connections. And you did it while all Erica did was pray for the soul that was snatched and her family, and pray that you would sincerely repent and stop doing what you're doing. Because she didn't want you to go to hell. She didn't want you to go to hell and identify, because when you go to hell, you're going to be filled with what was inside your mother, because you're a carcass. So whenever it calls you a carcass, that's different than some from an insult. That's what you actually are, because you abandoned the porch only filled with a witness against you. It's because a soul was snatched, so you had an opportunity to prove that you were clean and you could keep a vessel clean. Though you failed when you began stealing and lying and cheating and killing. So then Erica made another opportunity where it sealed in the glass. So when you walked, it was where everyone you talked to was at a barrier beyond you. And everybody that wanted you to lie, cheat, still kill, they're the ones implicated because they're already soulless. They're already banked in hell. So it's in Christ and possibility that inside the glass, mixed speech glass, whatever, willingly allow a transfer of spirit and ether and plasma and blood, which is the fuzzy screen. It's Erica's blood, though it's put into a technical format that's still my fluids, though, as my conceptual fluids that were, and my babies that Jimmy went to scrub their brain, meaning erase their identity, tame them, make them numb because they're screaming, and then put them as where they born from Megan and Alex. And made a multi-billion-dollar business doing it and using my sexual ecstasy and do sex box. So it was helping people that were sexual molesters. So if you ask me, were sexual molesters using sex bots and they're seeing Erica's sexual expressions and and when Erica's sexually molested, are they using a piece of Erica's real life and connected to the virtual reality? I say, yeah. So you're doing it to her over and over and over again, and you just put that section of her in her head out to outward and made it somebody else's experience. Why would you do that to the return of Christ? She needs her life. Well, I'm trying to make her commit suicide. And I'm trying to do, she's going to commit suicide because of Michael. That's what happened voice to skull during this moment. You can't believe it. Megan's going to reverse. No, Megan's without authority for considering touching and being anything near the return of Christ. Erica! 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 Look, don't frame yourself. And how the brain functioned and was envisioning when praying, because that's a training that only divines are not allowed to have, because what they envision is actually real. So in their spiritual operation of their brain. So it builds a pathway that only allows what was born inside 11 Oaks Nate, and that extended to throughout Erica's vagina and was there to be extended. It's completely different from James Jr. And where James Jr. walked from and from. James Jr. was devoid of any full body simulation, always will be. And satellites. And the voice goes, they're knocking up. Knocking up. Knocking up. I'm your husband now. You're my daughter. I'm your husband now. I'm doing it from a secure location. I'm helping from beyond the grave. Richard Bogdan gave me a chance to be Erica jumping in cars. I want to jerk off. I want to rape you. Who else calls suicide? Clark Police Department referred to themselves as kids and clinging on to Stephen or said senior when I had sex. So I will force someone to start killing Clark police officers. They'll say, back the fuck off. And someone will kill James Jr. That's how scripture goes. Someone will kill you, Clark PD. And Joseph Teston, who referred to him as Spidey-Man, Jimmy, was to make a new matrix after raping you, what you prayed into for Grandma, and pretend that Grandma Tootsie was, and Grandma Tootsie's power was partly Megan's and Joe Teston, who wanted me to go on my knees and suck his cock while in uniform and then rape me. Rape me because it's not a consensual brain map. So I would talk to him consensually, and I recorded what he said. Come on, I want to have sex with you again. I was a Minuteman because I knew I was needed against evidence. And I would sit in cars with him, and I would say, I love you to him. That was a different brain map. So it's all those words that Joe Teston recanted. Anything good to him? Because it's a different brain map. If you asked a physician, is it Erica criminally insane? She's going to say no, though Jimmy is. So when people have a different brain map, is it worse than a chemical roofie? Yes, it is. So is people that know what they're doing and know that they're brain raping someone and trying to erase their memory about how they were made to be aware of the danger that was around them, James's family and Joe Teston. Did those people intentionally rape and try to make a cordial relationship and call it gang stalking and police state? They're going to say yes. So was there men raped too? Men that were pushed to meet Erica when Jimmy was reporting that he was God? Yes. Who falls into that victim list? Stephen Edward Stassi Sr. So did Eric rape Stephen? No, Jimmy did. And the Clark police did. And Michael McJersey. Kelly Megan Tara Downey. Dan Donahue. Would you have a problem with healing alcoholism if it tried to afflict your interest? There wouldn't be alcoholism because Stephen Stassi was receiving a healing when James Jr. hated that Stephen Stassi Sr. was in my hemispheres. That's different than the worlds. They're in hemispheres, like family and friends that were already saved. Because all the worlds succumbed to cut off. Well, didn't you soul snatch him? Yes. And did you love him? I loved him in the most fierce way possible. I cried every day. I loved him. I counseled him. And even when he wanted me to forget him and he ran off and stole my satellites and he spread me all different directions, he was still doing voice of skull and wanted me to write false writings. Well, are you the author of those false writings? No. Scripturally, the people that cause interference and cause voice to skull and cause communication that's forced and any kind of changes to the birthright state. So during that same time, the entire family would come up from that birth state throughout those vaginas and penises. And was ready then that life that was already downloaded in a privately contacted quantum database matrix configuration. They're actually proven, it makes me Erica's return of Christ. Makes me that Polish Mafio's return of Christ. Proving that the people that interfered, they're already banked in hell and inside other books and other hemispheres, or succumb to cut off, and all the blame goes onto them. So what they succumb to, I remember their sins no more. So they're when the evil people do it, they forget while they were banked inside of their books, and they forget while they were cut off. So they think they're nice people, and while they're doing evil, they think like, I'm polite, I'm proper, I'm fair. All they do is sneakiness, and they forget. So they're mad at why they forget why they were placed there, but they succumb to the scripture. I will remember their sins no more, because the people on the outside succumb to forget. So when Megan succumbed to the reiteration, one small switch changed because Eric was born knowing everything. We wanted to become it, so we dematrixed her. We put shit into her and did a false timeline. So did Megan rape Christ? Absolutely. Did you force someone to kill her? Absolutely. And James Jr. Yes. He killed my family. He will die. And he stole it from me. Is there killers that are waiting to kill Tara? Yes, absolutely. And Clark PD that failed to investigate because they wanted a piece of the rape pie? Yes. And Joe Teston's Nova and Jeremy? Yes, because Christ would ever do anything to help Jeremy and allow them to take my son's place? And do the precinct want a baby? This Christ in my father's house ever included a precinct and child services and government places and spaces, and that the government was ever part of Erica's Central Touch database that Erica owns. Is it's owned via Erica and each biological child. Erica's porch, but Erica's vagina, as are the satellites. So why did Bogdan want to steal from you and make billions of dollars? Probably to try to buy satellites and places and spaces and buy machinery trying to make it hard for me to be who I am. So is Jimmy still raping Grandma Tootsie? Absolutely. Does he try to make her soul think that she's talking to you? Yes. Does Jimmy use a voice modulator? Because only Satan would do that. Yes. Did he lie about you and call false allegations to shopper services? Yes, he and Megan did. Did he try to make it sound like it was your voice and that you were doing all the evil? And that's why Megan said one small switch changed the course of history? Yes. Would Jesus Christ ever use a voice modulator and trick people? No. Did Jimmy invest his whole life into stealing from you rather than praying and doing what his faith requirements are? Yes. So when you were saying I forgive you to Jimmy and Joe, were you saying that to their blood in their veins? No, you were saying it. I was saying that to the pieces that were stolen and streamed and were listening to the conversation. Because the blood in my veins will know me and they will hate what raped them. Did Clark police hate you and want you to commit suicide? Yes. Is it Christ impossible they could ever say anything different than that? And say different than that mean anything different than that? Well, if they were suffering what you're suffering internally, and if their children were, and if they were born special, it's in Christ impossible they were ever born special. So were they born with everything that you were born housing, and if you own it, because it's your identity that's come to it's Christ's identity that was contacted. So you own that. So you were born to rule and reign over what was contacted, and then to rule, which is your life, to maintain it within inside. Because Christ believed you had been pulled. So that's why Jimmy did it in the middle of the night. And then try to become it. That's why Voice of the Gold said it gets pulled back. We could prove it. So it's a Christ impossibility that outside the glass, my blood, was ever supposed to be a cable company. And that Jimmy was supposed to touch me was ever allowed to. So did Jimmy, let's come to a recap. Is it Christ impossibility that Clark police after 1988, whatever, and throughout precincts, galactically, they're already outside the glass, and the evil that was there prior to that was ever housed within me? Well, who was housed within you? Only what was housed then. Then it would grow from there, their inners that were inside. Anyone that I needed to snatch was already a piece that would belong to us that needed snatching. So when souls need snatching, at one point when we were being killed, a piece doubted and fell into the fire of hell. So the fire of hell are the wonderful people's souls and spirits that are inside Gehenna, that they look like people walking on earth. So in another place in space and time, there is Gehenna, that where they're neuronally attacked, the neurons and atoms and particles and molecules and nervous system prior to being in utero. And they feel the fire of hell in their form. They look like on earth, though they're the false uterus and the false womb and the false family. So then were you to ask, well, is Jimmy the fire of hell? No. Jimmy's mother and father and sisters are, and their ancestors, descendants, and their in-laws. So that whole time film too, were you looking at Jimmy during 11 years old and you asking Central Judge, where was his database? Where were they banked? And where was Michael Majewski and Joe Teston and Mark and Schiffersteins and the names that I'm on social media and all the other people that Jimmy raped you to give to other women to make them think that Jimmy was attractive and a sexual ecstasy and beauty? Jimmy pulled it from my inners and then put from his brain to other females and had sex with them and made them think they were soulmates. So that's called the fire of hell. So it's an actual place, and it looks like people on earth, though they're already cut off because their souls were cut off. Because there's always the people that raped Christ, and there are people that did that succumb to you are the evil eye. So their pineal was pulled. So Scripture says, pluck out the evil eye. So that's why Megan and Alex used the reference to chicken. So the entire family, and where Alex was born, succumbed to plucked out, it's going to toss to the fire of hell to suffer forever and ever. So they stay there. They're already ruined there. They succumb to, God did not spare the angels, but threw them into the fire of hell, where they were bound in balls and chains in the uttermost darkness until that day. So then you'd ask, was Jimmy a fallen angel? No, it's a Christ impossibility that after 1978 and after the resurrection and ascension, rapture and rapture, only makes me less. Oh, we scream Erica internally. He says, Erica! 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 Erica, Erica, privately. Erica, look, Erica, makes us. And our private belief brain map only connect to our interface. Can we different than Megan Majewski doing what's called, hey, it's us, but you believe because of me. Making you ever see believe because I'm your father and you're my daughter. Now suck my cock. I want to rape you. And split me because I'm 3 different people and are raping my son and actually walking throughout this house using what they did to Mashade and then laying over my son, Eric, and fucking him, using his dick to go inside Eric's asshole. And Eric cries he has a sore asshole. Courtesy Clark Police Department wanting to be part of something really big. And courtesy Jameson Jr., child molester. And Megan Tower Kelly. Calling what they're doing Demon Apocalypse, Star Wars. He's a liar. He closed my universe, made it private. So it was a Christ that attack would ever go to my universe. Though Jimmy's doing his own version of it to try to steal it from me. And then during this moment, there's a false vision of, and a voice is scolding, Tesson's reversing because you know what he did. J. Kelly's actually reversed. It's coming to reverse. It's actually how do you know it? Return, guys. Kelly and Richard want to make it seem like it was there, so they were doing since the 1990s. The government knew about it and wanted a peace. Richard thought there were more evil people than pure. So there were more people that would guard Richard and refuse putting him in jail because they want a peace. Plus Stevie, that's come to recant. Jimmy would see their brain to make them think that they would want it. While Jimmy's doing his own home projects, did Jimmy separate you head and body and rip apart you babies that were already born? I refer to you head and body as, it's us, it's us, it's us, it's us. Yes. What are you required to do via scripture at this point since the resurrection and the revelation already happened? Well, I already sent killers out to kill the entire Downey family. That was already completed during 3,500. So those people and those evil spirits are still alive to go do it. Who else are going to be killed and dragged into hell and re-dragged into hell? Where in a blink of an eye, the Downey family as they are being tortured for the rest of their existence. Well, their portion during 1977, Megan's children, who raped me too, and Alex Gonzalez, the Downey family, those that use the Immaculate Conception satellites, and refer to the Immaculate Conception satellites satanically that were set prior to Jimmy stealing me and raping me as our satellite, satellite. So did Jimmy house you babies? Is really inside his body? And stole you, Jim the Fourth, was your blood? So your blood, the blood of Christ? Did he really make a cable company business and rip you to pieces? Yes, he did. Well, isn't that called killing? Yes, it is. Was Jimmy allowed to touch you and hack the way he did? Wouldn't he be arrested? Yes, he did. Despite that, sadly, the Downeys are white trash and new legal firm associates and their judicial system that wanted a peace because they were aware that Eric is here to control New World Order, a global reset, and that everybody who did evil and are a rapist are going to lose their government position because when Christ returns, it's a Christ possibility that government is needed. Or is it Christ possibility that government would ever be needed? So many police officers would lose their jobs. Though actual police officers would rejoice about that. So are they eternal beings then? Oh, no. They simply need to go have a decent job. They have to fulfill the scripture where it says, if you are love Jesus Christ, turn away from your evil and do decent occupation. So stop lying. So everybody who has a uniform lies. They're trained to. Liars go to hell. As is gang stalkers. See, Christ the possibility that gang stalkers would ever go to heaven. The Downey family would ever be forgiven. Is Jimmy separate than Kelly McIntyre? Yes. Of course he is. Of course he is. Would you ever suggest that James Jr. was the same? No, though he's making videos with Danny Boy, that's a conscious choice that he made to steal from Christ, to try to help the people that he was that killed me, Christ, and raped me. So was Jimmy's family ever supposed to be part of the return of Christ? No. Will they ever be? No. Did they rape you inside to try to house them? Connect them to artificial intelligence and put them to 666 holes? Yes. Did they try to customize the brain that was already born? Were they able to access brain maps? Yes, they were. Did they try to overlay them, try to beat a lie detector test? As like just they were truth serum, that you do all the talking when questions were asked. It seemed like it seemed like the voice of God being interwoven with Majewski and Megan and Tara Kelly and Alex. Did they make you go to sleep for years? Well, you were sleeping after being hit by a car, what Megan did to you, and then they stalked you via LabCorp. Well, Megan's word, that's the return of Christ. Her blood, her vessel was the same as her inners. Her physical vessel in Tootsie, that's the same as her inners. That's resurrected Christ. Ascended, raptured Christ. So the rapture already happened. Would Jimmy ever survive this? No. Will he ever be forgiven? Were the atoms in his body, his identity, what he looks like, because why did he rape you so early on in life? Because he wanted to steal from me and make a future for himself. So after he physically dies, he thinks he's going to be housing my inners when he dies because he's afraid to physically die. Did he rape you? It's biblically considered rape. Why do people are suggesting that it's not rape and it's legal? Because they want him to die. Anyone who sees somebody that had an opportunity to prove themselves worthy and lies to them were already born in hell and are using somebody that was connected to the return of Christ. They'll want them to become implicated, as whether they did it intentionally. What the soul that was snatched was it ever really James Jr.'s a Downey? No. It's a soul that doubted when we were being killed and fell into the wrong family. So they fell into a family that was close near to us, and they were raptured prior to the vessels that killed us doing another kill to try to make it permanent. Because Bhakti was so mad that every time he kills us, and rapes us, we come back. And Bhakti succumbs to more hell and more hell and more hell, and proves himself more skeevy and more skeevy and more skeevy, as is Kelly. So did Jimmy try to hide the other books? Yeah, as a government, when government fell into the other books. Because they deserve it, that's our identity. Did Clark Police rape you? And did Clark Police that knew that Tessin raped you? Because if it was their daughter who had a different brain map, and a Clark Police skeevy shithole was doing targeted evidence and gang stalking and making you think that you were connected, putting different brain map to the voice of skull, it's all right to sleep with somebody who's getting divorced. Would they want you to be the judge of that situation and say it's rape? Of course. And if they were you, it's a case that they would be you. But were they you, and what the Downies did to you happened to them, would they want you to judge the situation? Because the judicial system that sides with white trash and evil black people and evil sectors of people, every nation, all languages, they're all liars. It's already proven that everyone was outside the glass, already banked, succumbed to all liars in both deeds and words. They already succumbed to the second death and succumbed to the other. So Christ is possible that ever rebirth the Downey family. And that Jimmy would be resurrected as Erica. Well, did he make it seem like that? Like, why he was looking at a black screen? Yeah. Did he make it seem like he suffered? Yeah. Would you ever forgive him? No. Could he have been reborn? No. Did he rape your entire life? Yes. They put you into like a delusion state where you were in a false simulation and you were exercising you connections that you thought were there, that Jimmy was unweaving them and being bad when somebody was healed. Yes. Did he make it seem like the healing came from them that stole you? Yes. And it was Jimmy's family being healed and Jimmy's family dying of cancer? Like Renee died because Jimmy stole her life, downloaded what kind of diseases we're going to try to hit her and where her simulation healing was, then rip it apart? Suggest that the simulation healing was in Joe Testin and Jimmy's family? And they were Renee's continuation? Yes. So can Jimmy and Bogda and the people doing Danny Boy be charged with the killing of Renee? Yes. They already are. Is Michael Majewski. And all of Clark Police. Every precinct, Global and Galactically in Ireland and where Jimmy spread you to. Are they charged with every killing that happened to you? Yes. Was Michael ever part of your family? No. Is Jimmy allowed to control you in a business? No. Is somebody going to kill him? Yes. It's already in an organized way to kill him. And Tara and Megan and Kelly. And the Clark police that failed to make an actual investigation after being ordered to investigate James Jr., who he referred to as Danny, his cousin Dan Donahue, Megan Tara Kelly, James F. Sr., and what they did during the 1990s. What would they find if they investigated him and did actual investigation? They would find that what I'm saying is accurate. Would it be in somebody else's voice? They're trying to make it seem like you're saying it on behalf of people that raped you and killed your family. And can Jimmy reverse what he did since 1990s, what other people did? Of course he can. He made the programs. Is Jimmy allowed to be part of what you referred to as maybe the return of Christ? What was banked privately? Was quantumly detected? No. A part of the hemispheres and control the hemispheres and fly the satellites? No. Jimmy was able to connect to the satellites that was flying our identity around and our galactical and astronomical matter. He had the faith requirement to come to me to one to say, listen, my family's white trash. I know that I was soul snatched. I know what it means. I know that I have the opportunity to prove that myself is worthy of you. And I need to bring evidence against Bogda, James F. Sr., Kelly, Megan Tower, all the names that I have on social media, and their judicial systems that want to rape you. And I can look into you can look into the future and see what families are going to kill you, though. Despite that, Megan wants to hide it and pull you full body simulation that was about to show you the family, will show you best Costa Rican, provide evidence against the families that are going to kill you, like they did during 1980s, that proved to you that Ireland and Richard Bogda and all my family, I am social media, and all of our cohorts were going to kill you. So that's why you close all the doors and windows on behalf of the Return of Christ, especially ERIK and Stevie, the only heirs this far, that must contain all the babies that were supposed to be birthed. So it's you personally extended. So it's only you family, your biological family, genetic family extended. Because you already did holograph, everything. So despite that, Megan wanted me to try to find a way to rip you apart and suggest that we were there with you when you did hologram and holograph. And that you were the evil. You need to suffer. So did Jimmy fail that faith requirement? Yes. Meaning, did his DNA fail? Everything that would constitute him as a Downey? Yes. So did Jesus come up from within Jimmy's house? Oh, no. Jesus was inside me and then stepped behind me. Well, then why did Michael Majewski suggest that he was there with you during that moment? Because Jimmy's an evil person. A very unfair and delusional person. So that Jimmy closed your universe and locked it and sealed it. When people have their universes that are centralized days banked, though the people that were banked own it, what does that mean? That means there's a Christ impossibility more harassment would hit that family. So when did Jimmy close your universe illegally? Between 1995 and 1996. Between 1993 and 1996. So why did harassment hit you family? Why would you start dying? Because Jimmy killed them. And then asked Michael to. Is Michael a flesh and blood person? Yes. Is Jimmy a business owner? Oh, no. A prophet? No. Your baby? Thy baby? No. Are any of the Downey's babies that were supposed to be considered your vagina? And a continuation? No. Were they ever part of the return of Christ? No. There were always the people in the other books that succumbed to my reign and die and go to hell. Did Megan rape you and babies are due to be birthed and suck the back of such satellites, put them to a screen, and then use conception and then schedule babies and did them how they're doing 49ers and psychic readouts? Yes, they did. So is it possible that Megan had sex and they treated you like a regular M, as where the Return of Christ scattered? You were regular M and the pieces of Christ around you were different worlds. As interface, so you did privately on their own home technology, fallen angel technology. Would any of the Downeys ever be forgiven? No, they already were succumbed to completely unforgiven. They committed the only one eternal sin. They committed the only one eternal sin. They committed the only one sin. They committed the only one sin. They committed the only one unforgivable sin. Committed the only one sin that's forgivable. So anyone that touched your brain, that house the entire galaxies. And touched you insides, and Grandma Tutton are still using them. And how you just see a fuzzy screen. What does a fuzzy screen mean? Was Jimmy ever supposed to know that? No. How did he know it? He hacked. And he wanted to see what I saw, and he wanted to see it movie style. So he spread my blood and my, better than file signs, my actual plasma that was shed for only the forgiveness of our sins, meaning we have a chance to complete our faith requirements while crushing the evil one. Because the evil one's already crushed, so while exposing the evil one that's been crushed. So is any piece of you supposed to be a cable company? No. So what did Jimmy mean when he was looking at blackened out computers at all different dates? That he was trying to turn the return of Christ, our groups of ones and family members, and my gestation period into a way to rebirth Jimmy and his cohorts. Do you need to commit suicide? I will martyr my flesh, as does Stevie and Eric need to. Are you suicidal? No, it's a Christ impossibility that the return of Christ would be suicidal. Though if there was somebody, that comes to recant, were there somebody in my hemispheres, the families that were saved that committed suicide, like a Strongborn stat. And there was other family members on drugs because of what Jimmy did, the changes that he forced, and they relapsed and they did on drugs. But that they were found that they committed suicide, the charge was always against the person who caused it. So all the counts of suicide and killing go against the Downey family and the Clark Police Department. That was already happened during 1978. Every ounce of killing, all the charges against Bogda, and every ounce of suicide, that's to those that happened and suffered inside the hemispheres, and drug relapses and any kind of rape charges and alcoholism and drug addiction and evil, all the charges were already against Bogda. DOWNEY family. IMA social media. Their time to come back to 8. And Michael McJewski was on Jersey. Megan Downey, Alex Gonzalez, Tara Downey, Kelly Downey. The actual identity, James Patrick Downey Jr. So was any of, and all the other males and females. So were you to ask, were any of those, I will prepare a body for myself. And scriptures backwards, like prior to the revelation happening? Was Jimmy ever, I will prepare a body for myself. I'm going to rape you and suggest that I was forgiven. No. That he's the rapist, yeah. Forgiven in a body? No. Him functioning the way he's functioning, he's a rapist. And very unwelcomed. Are all the words that you speak on behalf of what was banked in 1978 and only you portion that was there, the holy portion, pragmatic, all the apparitions, you fully body simulation, you recording that eyes, its counselor advisor, talking to you throughout ages. Every piece of the matrix configuration, emulation, modulation, family universe, and that family universe from the entirety of the family universe belongs to them. Was that already complete? Yes. Only that portion to Eric and Stevie and their family extended Erica. Genesis. Hemispheres, max exception, ether, and what you just see a fuzzy screen and how you were riding cars with Deb and Tut. That's only you family. And all that, those words on behalf of that entire, were you saying these during this? Were you say me, Eric, me, Stevie, me, birthday, vagina, only that portion only, on behalf of that entirety? And the Polish Italian Mafia, Miriam, Philomena Viglione, Teresa Fideli, Vittorio Davide, it's different than Victor Conti, Jr. and third, meaning how they were born. They were simply salvation, though they're without power and responsibility. So me and Alex Dowzicki that was killed, Savan Klumas that we prayed every day, prayed the rosary every day, prayed every day, prayed every day. What we do was on our knees praying every day privately, emulating, because where the prayers of a righteous man saves. So the man that needed to be saved is Eric and Stevie. They're the most severely abused and tortured. So it makes me, and then that on behalf of the entirety, the private family members, well, it was covered the galaxies, even hidden pockets of space and time and ages, family members that you chose to save. Were they already established during 1978? Especially what you say makes me last, and Scream, where they all have the same brain as you and interface. Head-to-toe relationships until every form possible that M-coded cells, and atomic and biodynamic and quantum and celestial and astronomical and galactical and cosmic. Seal the justice class. And atomic in each form of state of being. Meaning rather than New Jersey state, meaning state of being. Like happiness is a state of being, love is a state of being. Yes, that's sealed and makes me divine son divine mixed with this. All these words on behalf of the entirety were they already said throughout the brainwaves that were connected only then, because that's the only way they're allowed being said, and all their prayers were they all intact from the Intactness 1978 on behalf of that entirety. So is it possible that Dira and Billy have their own opinion? And are they going to be implicated when Jimmy was doing his version of Gog and Magog and wanted text messaging between a form of communication that was used to kill you, and suggest that Dira and Billy agreed? And did he try to script their brain first? Will Dira and Billy be found guilty? Because Dira thought scrub love, though Jimmy meant scrub like an evil guy, like he's such a scrub. It is a Christ impossibility that the entirety that was sealed in CHRST will ever be implicated that they did the same as James Jr. It will be proven that Bogda and Michael Jersey tried to kill many people and mislead them. And they're held responsible because people are judged their doings and people will be held accountable for every word that they said. So does said mean spoken aloud? No, said means a part of their identity. So that they're one that feels said. Said means actually communicated. Wrote is the same as said. They're married to said and spoken, saying, and sung. So they're all one identity. Like they suggest they're all one person. They're all one identity. So when they try to think it. So is Jimmy the one that feels said? Yes. Did he try to see what the words that you will say and communicate each other and try to put it through his own brain of a voice? Yes. Did he try to see what was supposed to warn you and the blessings that would feed you, your own life? Yes. He tried to separate me. Did he try to put Michael's face there? Yes. Did an older person who's a fucking evil skeeve, an old fucking pervert, spend his existence raping Christ? Yes. Who other people are involved with the rape of Christ, the most heinous rape, who actually put themselves into your brainstem and try to rebirth themselves? Try to make you feel like you were connected to Michael Majewski and that it was all right. How did Megan try to make you feel calm about it? Well, she numbed me. So Megan added herself, she numbed you? Try to make it seem like it was a new interface that you rebirthed Megan? So why did they numb you? Because we're screaming when it happens, because it's a question whether we ever tolerate what came up from people inside the books. And even my sister's brain map. Especially when it came up from Jimmy. And Eric McGrath. So was Eric McGrath part of the resurrection? No. I already pushed him to outside. Are any of those people dead? No, they're all alive in hell. What does that mean? That means that during 1908, their last mind-body marriage in heart and mind, soul, spirit, body, mind, and heart, their last in is already in hell. Gehenna. So why are they putting different versions of you life, like a false life review? Because other people are using a manifestation chair and suggest that Mike Majewski was me watching all of it happen. And Jimmy did it. And tested. So they're putting different areas of gestation of your life to try to decode God, how you created God. Yes. So will you have to martyr you and Eric Stevie's body? We will most definitely, to rid ourselves of the Downey family. Because they're disgusting. Did they use manifestation chairs? And did Jimmy provide areas of you life on a disc and a chip to suggest that other people are there? Yes. Did they call it going through the same simulation? Yes. Are the areas of gestation how Christ was born? And how Noah's Ark happened? Because it was all hidden in you. Did Jimmy steal actual you life? Yes, he did. Will he ever be forgiven? No. Does he ever have authority to use your satellites and you inners that were you actually your identity and dip it into other holes that were worlds? Soulless. No. Did Megan and Alex do it intentionally and without your permission then have babies? Yes. What happens to those babies? A killer is already out there to kill them. And forcing Jimmy to reverse it. Meaning reverse what was stolen and added to Megan's family. Is Jimmy allowed to control hemispheres and squeeze you arm when you're describing the people that are raping you? It's just your right arm's doing it. Your right eye. Your right arm, you're Trump, you son. The agreement Sanhedrin and Trump's forgiven. No. Is somebody out there to kill the people that are walking along with wires? Yes. Were you ever supposed to be judged? Could Jimmy ever judge you? No. Will you find someone to kill him physically? Yes. Is your brain being mutilated as of where you were intertwined with Michael Majewski? Yes. Did he die? No. Where that he died, did Jimmy promise to access his inners and try to marry you to him? Yes. Could fallen angel technology do it? Yes. Is it a valid marriage? No. It simply proved that what particles are Michael Majewski and James Jr.'s identity succumbs to torture and hell. Did Jimmy see how you traveled and how it was proven that you origin Jehovah? Yes. Did Jimmy try to dissect it and try to discover how you did it? Yes. What is that called scripturally? It's called you're a betrayer and you are Antichrist. And you will go to hell and you will be tortured. Is he raping ERIK and STEVIE and seeding it and making a life for them? That's where their brain's connected to, partly Adrian and Victor and partly Alex and Megan. And it was Megan saying, well, I want to be Israel ERIK's baby. I don't want ERIK and STEVIE. I don't want them. I want to live while I was supposed to receive ERIK's life. Megan will die soon. It's going to happen really soon. It's going to be disgusting. Like her and James Patrick Downey Jr. Worse than Judas. Are you supposed to be, was the Return of Christ supposed to be a new creation? Created from the people that raped you? No. Could you ever be a new being? No. So when they were doing false life reviews, or they killed Alex, and they portrayed him as having a guardian angel that had dreadlocks and a gold tooth, and doing, you saved me because I saved you. So they put false anorexia and bulimic to you. So did you ever say that I'm anorexic and bulimic? No. So did you ever own that disease? No. I put it back to where it came from. So did you ever accept the mark of the beast? No, it's a Christ impossibility that inside the hemispheres, and the Return of Christ ever see the mark of the beast. We crushed the mark of the beast. We crushed the Downey family. Did Jimmy intentionally plan on killing Alex and lessening his life? Yes. Was he of a right state of mind when he was molested via his own family? Like brain molested. That's different than a physical molestation. Was he brain molested via his own family and seeded into? The way he seeded into people? Yes. At some point in time, was he aware of what he was doing? Because he acted like he was delusional. Like he took acting classes the way Central Intelligence agents do. Did he know what you were saying? Yes. Is there many forms of Jimmy? Good Jimmy, bad Jimmy? No. So the way that you would cry and love, did Jimmy try to numb you because Michael Majewski wanted to be a part of you? And is he raping ERIK and STEVIE daily as is Joe Teston? Is Joe Teston using what you prayed into for grandma? Yes. And was Jimmy spreading what was really inside grandma while you were praying into something stolen? Well, something that Jimmy forced. But was Jimmy putting what was inside grandma to computer screens and trying to rebirth people that killed her? Trying to study her? Yes. Did Jimmy do it as a legal business? No. Is Jimmy a Central Intelligence agent? No. An FBI agent? No. Did he use pieces of you as were you that, though? Yes. Well, what happened to Jimmy? He goes to hell. What happens to Michael Majewski down in Jersey? And why would Jimmy put Michael Majewski's brain up to your brain and suggest that you were married in a different world? And we did it in such a way because Jimmy wants me to commit suicide. Who else is doing it to you? Megan and Clark Police Department. And last night they were putting John, a son of police officer, in my brain. And then doing, it's Jimmy, we just want to know if you still liked him. Did you still have a house for him? And then put a voice overlay of Joe Teston and said, it's Joe Teston. Trying to make you stay. Please put wrong person. It's a timed event for the rest of your life until you die. Did you 3,500 years ago, is there a death sentence against James Jr.? Yes. Did he waste his life killing you? And did he send a mere mortal death to Vic connected to that was where he really from Jimmy's dad? Yes. Is that why Victor's been crying and thought he had diabetes? Is diabetes a real disease for Vic Conti? No. So why did Jimmy, when he knew that you were the Return of Christ, treat you as were you Queen of Babylon? And then want to provide a job for the Spick family and suggest that they killed you? Because Jimmy's evil. Is he allowed to have a message of love that he found inside you, how you really loved him? Because at one point he said, I wish I knew you loved me then. Did he refer to as Kelly and Richard loving each other the way you love Jimmy? Yes. Is he that delusional that he would do it? Yeah, he's very sick. Would a sane person do what he did? No. Would a healthy person do what the Downies did and steal it from Christ? No. Would a safe person that's safe to go throughout society do what the Downey family did since 1992? And are they trustworthy? No. Are the changes that Jimmy made allowed? Was he forced to, where you say mixed things to the best, you scream, and was birth 28? The sexual ecstasy, you sexual. So Magdala's you. So inside Magdala, you saw you were sexual and abused. Is that anybody else's business? Anybody else's identity? So inside you, you have every identity throughout Scripture and hidden Scripture. They're actually their face, their living moments, and that houses then the families that are their friends within the hemispheres. The most importantly, Return of Christ is actually New Jerusalem. So your gemstones. So your Brim and your Bremson needs to be there, and it goes directly into ERIK and Stevie because they suffered the last bloody sacrifice. So will they ever be allowed to be treated as where they trump and sign an agreement the way Jimmy did? To your boys, he suggests that they are Majewski and they are implicated for signing a Trump agreement? No. Meaning, what was sealed glass, are they allowed to be said that, are the changes allowed? No. Are the people that were added allowed? No. Would Meghan ever be saved? No. Did you ever give Meghan allowance to do what they did during the 1990s and to use you to make cash? And as were that you gifts inside them and put to their brain maps? No. So what is Meghan? A child molester? Was she actually banked inside the other books that she is a danger to children, she's a child molester, and she peers into you? Will you say mixed race less? Yes. Did they illegally close your central touch database? Yes. Did anybody in the hemispheres need a cleaning? Because they suffered the way you suffered? No. What is it called that Jimmy's trying to lie to everybody? It's called faithless. Where do faithless people go? And the people that feed faithless and let them do it. The entire succumb to what Jimmy did and what Mike Majewski did, and the people that are coming to my brain stem now, trying to make me slice my wrists and put a knife to my throat the way Megan did during 1998. Wanted me to look out a window at my brother and put a knife to my throat. And then that's why Megan put a choker around her neck. Because Megan's the one that stole my inner self. Transferred to the false family. Banning businesses and hardened even Victor's heart. I want to make him forget about who he was supposed to be. So do they have any ownership rights or what was hacked into? And even the satellites? No, Erica owns all of them. So even if that satellite costs $20 billion, so that's why Jimmy's trying to make all different variations of $9 billion wins. Yes, he's trying to own what was hacked into. Well, you are the Melchizedek origin. So what does it mean when technology hits what you say less? Complete different than voices go, it's us. It's us. It's us. I mean, voices go this direction in ERIK and Stevie. Well, that means that we instantaneously confiscate it and use it against the forcer. So then why aren't you doing that? Well, Jimmy wanted to put stops in my brain and blocks in my brain and make it so I was born as a Majewski. Will you burn your flesh because of it? Yes. Is that suicide? No. Did Jimmy want you to kill yourself? Yes, because the guilt against him is overwhelming. And he's too much of a coward to admit what he did and to reverse it because he doesn't want to be a failure to the people that abused him. He's very sick. He's very, very sick and very unstable. And he's very much a liar. He's a false identity. He pretends throughout his whole existence. He's evil. So when people are assaulting your brain and you put the word Satan to what's assaulting you, are you calling yourself Satan? No, the people that already were about to assault, they will realize that one day they have Satan on their foreheads and a kill on their hearts. Is James F. Sr.'s nephew allowed to touch you? No. Will somebody kill him? Yes. Is James F. Sr. ever made to love those people? No. Did he love the pieces that were stolen from you and transferred to his family? Yeah, well, that was one of the ways they wanted to punish him. You love that family? Steal, rape her. Was Jimmy sick as a child? Was he mentally unstable? No. Was Jimmy's mother? Yes. Are you his mother? No, because the Voice of Skull continues to do Voice of Skull harassment, doing Erika Conti's his mother. And Michael Majewski's Jimmy Downey. And Joe Testa's Jimmy Downey. And Jimmy Downey's you. And Megan. So you counsel spiritual advisor. No. Did the return of Christ's second coming come to save the Downey family? No. Did you pray to save the Downey family? Would you ever extend a prayer to Megan? No. Did Jesus Christ love Megan? No. Was it proven that already? Was Megan inside the other books proven that she killed you, pregnant Magdalene? Yes. Would people that killed you, pregnant Magdalene, ever be forgiven? No. Did the people that flogged Christ? At one point, do you think that people that flogged and killed Christ would receive forgiveness? Did they? No. So did you recant what you said and put the real meaning? And did people asking you questions when a lay of brain maps to suggest that the real meaning was coming? Or was you origin Michael Majewski? Michael Majewski origined you? Is it all against Michael Majewski that he did all the killing and rape? Yes. So when Michael Majewski puts bubble technology as where you go crown of stars, as you're this queen of Michael's section, do you need to burn you flesh and scratch it off your face? Pour gasoline on you and do what you need to do. Yes. Do I need to rid this flesh? Do I need to purify myself? And my physical brain? That's what Clark police are doing to me. It's heinous. And were you ever origined, and will Erik and Stevie ever be married to Michael Majewski? No. If he was dying of cancer, had tumors on his flesh, and you were able to heal him, would you ever heal him? No. Is there a Michael Majewski section? No. Did Jimmy try to connect himself to where you were connected and try to make you think that you need to suffer to earn a place? He did it for the return of Christ? And did he put bubble technology as where that Michael Majewski looked like the people that he killed? Tootsie, Al, Deb and Vic. And they looked like a morbid version of you and Erik and Stevie were dancing on a more morbid version of Joe Tessa and Majewski's feet, the way Vic would dance with you in kitchen. And are anybody supposed to know that? No. Did Jimmy break into you because he was obsessed with how you family loved each other? Yes. What did he call that when he was a young boy, 12 years old? He called it, I wanted to escape my home life. Is he very sick? Yes. Would you ever allow soul catcher? No. So what does soul catcher mean? Soul catcher means that Jimmy hacks into the souls of the anointed family, puts it into a machine, and suggests they would reorigin the evil ones that fell into hell. Do you feel it internally? Yes, it's torture. Would you ever forgive Jimmy? No. Would Christ? No. You are Christ, right? Yes. Would you ever forgive Jimmy? No. Is it possible that the return of Christ was, rather than who wasn't, is to come yesterday? No. So all we are who wasn't to come yesterday forever. Useless. So what happened when Jimmy went to suggest that he was Big Vic, a continuation while planning to kill Vic physically, and wanted Vic to die physically with all his debt, with all Michael Majewski and Jimmy's shit connected to Vic's brain? Because that's what he's doing, via soul nature technology. So every sin that Jimmy did against you and killed you and caused, he's suggesting Big Vic did it. Rather than trying to seem like a hero to Adrian and Victor. What happens to Jimmy? Jimmy's charged with everything that his mother and Bogda was charged with Majewski. They're within the other books. So when you say Jimmy, are you doing J-I-M space M-E? No. And J-I-M my, like I hear, this is my beloved son whom I'm pleased. Is it ever possible that the return of Christ are pleased with Jimmy? No. He did everything evil. That's why he said, Erika, I do everything wrong. Don't you think if Jimmy loved you? And Jimmy would always tell me about you before. Jimmy tells me everything. As far as saying that description, Megan, to come to reiteration. Don't you think if Jimmy loved you? Jimmy would always tell me about you before. Jimmy tells me everything. Somebody will cut off your head, Megan. It's going to happen soon. Really soon. Be worried about it. Be worried about it. And Michael Majewski will go into your atoms, and you'll be one with him. And your mother. And only that portion into your children. And your father. and your sisters and their children. And Richard Bogdan, of what was inside Richard Bogdan to you. And Alex Gonzalez. And Michael Majewski's New Jersey, prior to drawing a spine, despite drawing part to Michael Majewski's obituary posting, and that into Clark Police Department. And their children. And every Freemason ever existed. It has a family of robots. And I don't know him. Whatever bothered Adrian, scripted Adrian to say, I don't know him. I don't know him. So that means everyone that bothered Adrian's family. And my baby brother. So when you were saying fuck you and go to hell to Victor, did you mean that to Victor as a child? No, I knew that there was an internal false connection. So I was saying that of my voice, the voice of God. That's why Jimmy wants so badly to be my brainwaves and my voice, because Jimmy knows ERIK is the voice of God. That's already proven. I need to say it to the people that were inside my brother's head and that Victor was misled to agree with. So all those agreements have come to null and void. So I was saying go to hell to false Victor that was believing evil. So would you have, if Victor, somebody tried to hit Victor, would you throw yourself in front of that bullet? Of course. So I had to say go to hell to my cousin David. I had to say go to hell to Deb and Vic. I had to say go to hell towards them, the evil version, then that was connected via technology, though they weren't aware that they were being connected to. So at one point, Jimmy would say, we're going to connect this to Deb and Vic, and there's a brain map, though you need to agree to it. That's to come to null and void, those agreements, because you raped my brother, and you put a falter inside into his core. Where's his core, his brainstem, where it felt undetectable to him. So when I'm looking at Victor and he's acting out and doing police state harassment, I can totally nullify any agreement made between Victor's voice and his brainwaves that were forcibly married to what Jimmy did. So all the false agreements and arrangements since Jimmy began hacking are only from the portion of those that forced and was already in hell to the people that forced it. As are any signature on contracts, especially with people that made dolls and robots, the portion that is blamed in hell, the portion that did those jobs intentionally, made those contracts, their meaning only goes into, the only responsible was banked in hell and succumb to cut off. While any signature of the people inside and their voice and their brain was inside. Music and inside the hemispheres succumb to null and void. It's simply, we use it as against them to say, you tried to mislead us. Though the responsibility goes on to the entire system locked outside. Well, who has the authority to do that? I do. I'm God. I was born God. So all that protection was already there. So every contract that was ever signed to well-being and every kind of custody arrangement, via harassment, restraining order against somebody innocent, contract with Jimmy and false businesses, words while being misled. They come to null and void. Since when? Since permanently. So we already had the barrier against us where anyone that tried to turn us to stumble and put our signature on something and implicate somebody innocent that was plagued via Megan, how Stephen R. Sr. He was suffering, a target individual. So yes, he physically choked me, though in much the same way when Saul needed David to play a harp to him, and Saul was being spiritually assaulted. Saul would try to go and hit David, and David would flee. So David was friends with Saul's son, and they were best friends. And so Saul's son would protect David, and David would protect Saul's son. So in much the same way, Stephen Sr. suffered in ways that Jimmy would want to kill himself. So was Stephen Sr. really alcoholic? No, he drank to numb himself because he was that tortured via voice to skull since he was a child. Well, does that mean he's evil? No, that means he's very special. Was Stephen Sr. born inside the holy hemispheres? Yes. He was in St. John's with me. He was in 5th grade when I was in kindergarten. I was warned to avoid that until I dealt the judgment and purged Stephen Sr.'s body, though. When did that happen? 1991, me, Mixer, and me dealt the judgment to where all the evil that are afflicted inside the hemispheres came up from. And are afflicted and tortured the return of Christ came up from. Where was that? Where Jimmy fell into. Where was Jimmy fell into? Let's not forget where the soul that fell into Jimmy fell into. What family is that? That was all the Downey family. Well, where were they? They were inside the other books. What does that mean? That means it's an eternal death sentence to those. That's a Christ impossibility that them and government would ever be eternal beings. And then anyone outside the hemispheres would be reborn and forgiven. The revelation was already completed. Is to be allowed to handle prophecy and what you were born being. So that means you're representing that entirety. So Tootsie, that entirety makes me less. Erica speaks less. Now, is somebody doing voice to skull? Doing yes, 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 it's us, yes, 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 yes. Now you're daddy. Now look at all that strength. I'm the origin of America's strength. Jimmy has the real strength, and we're gonna lay it over me. That's strength. I'm so proud of my daughter. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy. No. Is Jimmy a good person? No. 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 So all the messages that you send Jimmy when Jimmy was going to, he knew you were going to send them. He saw it ahead of time because he stole your abilities. Yeah. So did you mean that to the Jimmy that walked to you? No. And the message to Joe Tessin, would you ever say that? Were you intact with your holy brain map? No. So do all those messages come to recanted? Yes. Because Jimmy shared those messages between other people. Those were that to Michael too. So do every message and what you prayed to where that when you were praying to Jimmy, we were praying for the people that Jimmy was suggesting he was you? No. Did you ever say I love you? Would you ever mean it to Joe Tessin? Would you ever intact? Would you ever mean it? Did you ever say it? Or did you say to your own self that was being assaulted? I was saying to my own self that was being assaulted, my pieces that were afflicted and being tossed around. Would you ever say I love you to Joe Tessin? I say you're my best friend? No. Meaning, would you ever, if you were intact, would you ever say it? No. Did Jimmy know that? Yes. So are those words recanted? Can you recant those words? Can you say words and take them back? Yes. Is that called changing your mind? No, that's called defending the holy order and the holy way. So Jimmy trying to scrub your memory and let assaulters assault you and suggest that you need a soulmate and that Kelly and Megan and Tower of God would orchestrate it? Despite it was a Christ Billy after night said that everyone needs a soulmate? Yes. Is that called rape and allowing rapists to you? And to Stephen Narcissi Sr.? Yes. So is there a restraining order against Stephen Narcissi Sr.? Purified. Because he was forgiven. So him in the actual hemispheres, when he received a purging, he was already his soul was already healed. He had a soul. Did Jimmy have a soul? No. Was Stephen already safe inside the hemispheres? Prior to Jimmy making it seem like that was someone new that you met. Did you already know that Stephen says he was inside the hemispheres when you were a little girl? Yes. Was he suffering? Yes. Were you aware to avoid him until you purged him? Yes. Were you ever supposed to marry him? No. Did you ever legally marry him? No. Was he saved even prior to me hacking into you? The true pieces were. Were the true pieces ever married to the people outside the glass? No. And the people that did voices school, the true pieces were Meg and Johnny. Meg and Johnny. Busted. As Megan was your grandma. No. Are you going to force him to slice Jimmy's neck? Megan's. Did she rape you? Via technology? Yes. So, in line with scripture, what needs to happen to those people? In line with scripture, their body parts need to be cut apart physically and laid on their front lawn as a warning to their families that did what they did. As a warning to help them? No. In line with scripture, scripture reads that they will be dismembered. And one scripture reads that their body parts will be on the floor. They'll be strewn about as a warning. Who suffers that? The Downey family. Are they allowed to do Danny boy? My cousin Jan's telling you, lighting up the sky. Make a new interface? Were they ever welcome to touch you? No. To know anything about you? Was Jimmy ever a father? Did he role play he was a father? Is that how much satanic he is? He's very satanic, and it's a question that he would ever be a father. Was Michael Majewski ever a father and a boyfriend to you? A son? Would you ever birth that shithole? No. Did Jimmy pass you around as were you hot sex on a platter? Oh, yes, he did. Would you ever forgive him? No. No. Absolutely no. Would you trust anyone that allowed Jimmy to do what he did? No. Is your brother in danger? Yes. Is Adrian? Yes. Or is Adrian and Victor the people outside the glass? Was anything supposed to transfer? No. So you people need to ask him, is what you access transferable be technology? Though were you allowed to transfer it? Would you need permission? Jimmy would say, I would need permission. I was using cooperative language. It's transferable when people hack and steal. Though, was it supposed to be transferred? No. So then why were you saying those words to us, Jimmy? He would say, because I was trying to fish an agreement from you to implicate you. I'm doing Gog and Magog, seduction. Is that even a true timeline? Is there pockets that Gog and Magog and Queen of Babylon could be all different sections? No. Is your dad white trash, Jimmy? Did your dad rape Erica? Was your dad inside the other books? Yes. Was your dad ever plagued via Victor Conti? Was Victor Conti ever a bad person? No. So then why was Michael Majewski putting images of himself using falling edge technology as where he rebirthed Vic Conti and Deb Conti, or he were Erica birthing the entire family, and then a daddy to a morbid version of Erica, and then morbid version of Erica dancing on toes and his word to crown of stars, and that Michael Majewski had his own section? Are you allowed to have your own section, whore? He's going to say, because he's a very disturbed fuck who made a deal with me. Are you a father, Jimmy? No. I'm going to hell. Is Michael Majewski a father? Say, I'm going to hell? That's Costa Rica. And Jimmy say, I'm going to hell, where my sisters are, because I chose to steal from Christ to help a family that abused me. Well, why did you have an Oedipus complex? And if you were aware that people under 1978, once their banks to other books and cut off, that means they were the souls and the spirits that are permanently in hell. And it's a Christ, but they could be rebirthed and forgiven. So why would you try to rape grandma's life? And then suggest that they were your family? They were worthy of that family? He's going to say, because I was very sick. I'm a sick fuck. So then why would you still honor the people that wanted you to lie and miss your blessing? He's going to say, because I felt weak. Felt weak doing what? Honoring the strength. That's Erica, and she's a female. Why? Because I was around females that abused me. So then you went back to the females that abused you? Yeah, when I felt stronger than them. Are all these answers coming from the brain that's connected to you? No. Is James Sr. a threat to society? Yes. Did he molest you babies? Yes. Did he kill your grandmother? Yes. Did Megan Downey Gonzalez kill Grandma and Alex and lie to Adrian Victor about what happened? Yes. Would you make certain that somebody killed the people that harmed Adrian and her family? Absolutely. Do you love Adrian? The real Adrian? Yes. Would you ever let Adrian mesh with a false Adrian? No, that's why you stopped talking to him, isn't it? Yes. Because Jimmy wants you to build emotional connections to those that are being forced brain maps and interfaces. So if you allow yourself to be loving to them, it's as were you agreeing that they're a different person. Yes. So when you ignored Adrian and Victor and you would say, go to hell, did you mean that to actual Adrian and Victor in 1982, it sealed and intact prior to Bogda's rape? Yes. So when you stopped talking to them, is it because you saved their soul? Yes. Because they're unable to detect. They were unable to detect that a false connection was put into their brainstem. Would you ever hurt Victor and Belamaya and Vito and their Polish family and their Spanish speaking? No, because every national languages that are pure inside the database that was connected inside the matrix are completely different than the role and the false evil. Every national languages. So did you save people that were Puerto Rican along the way? Yes. As Spanish speaking. Though they identify themselves as Spanish speaking, though when they transition, they lose a language barrier. Yes. So would you identify, oh, that's a Polish guy. Well, they identify themselves as Polish, though. In the base of it, I just say you're someone that's my family and I love you. So during moments that you went to Mexico? Did you soul snatch? At that point, Jimmy was trying to mutilate me. So did he try to prevent people from being awakened to their part of your life? Yes. Did he try to cling on to those people that he became aware of that you were supposed to connect to? Yes. Is he allowed to have a cable company and be a private detective? Like have his own detective license and make pieces of you as where they Central Intelligence Agency? No. Is he allowed to dictate your life? No. And grandmas? And you babies that are due to be birthed? Were they ever Megan? No. Jimmy? No. If he's doing his own version, does he need to do projects? No. Why is he doing projects? To make a project such that the spick babies who want to suggest that they were eternal beings and suffered because they want to continue as were they born being Erika Saint, Return of Christ, said the hemispheres. So that's the only reason why they're doing projects, because he wants to make it seem like Erika died and the real Erika was Jimmy Downey and Megan Tara Kelly. So that's why he's doing private experimentation to you after illegally closing your database and Central Intelligence Agency and making it seem like all the ones that were inside were Jimmy's family. Yes. Will you find someone to kill him? Absolutely. Will you find, is somebody going to kill Teddy Clark PD and everybody that failed to arrest and execute the Downey family after forcing them to obey the commands of your mouth and how they mean the commands of the video that you made, about the video that you said mixed me on behalf of mixed me slash and the heavens of the hemispheres that was banked upon first quantum detection part of the satellites being built. That was banked probably via Central Asia that was owned via the contacted, meaning that suffered the contact unwillingly. So the head of that family, there's only one section. It's galactical. Makes sense. It stays there, and that's only allowed being the inner allotted inside ERIK and STEVIE. Where then every prayer that was already prayed only allowed to being, but they were prayed intact, up from the intactness. So my babies are inside. So that means part of the satellites being built on behalf of that entirety. Makes sense. Yes. They need to be obeyed the way that it means via from that born throughout. So for those that's already birthed inside Royal Hospital in Jersey in 1867, and the specific dates in celestial cycles and astronomical cycles and cosmic cycles, and all the M-coded cells intact. That's on behalf of that entirety. And that's extended only to ERIK STEVIE are still one being as where they Siamese twins inside my body. So that's what needs to be. That's what needs to be restored. So then what happens to what use that? Well, that needs to be undone. Because that means if it was failed to be undone, that means they're still trying to use portions of our life and raping us. And raping we are one. So are those words what needs to be restored on behalf of Megan? Oh, no. Were you supposed to be something new? No. Will you force a killer? And is it scriptural that killers will go and kill Teddy? And the people that failed to investigate the Downey family in Baghdad to allow what these videos be played to mitigate them, because many people were killed via false Central Intelligence Agency, which Jimmy role played that he was many different people. That then voices go, since we weren't trying to help you, we're trying to help our families combined that hacked into you, we'll reverse silently. It was only to pass the time. And then break off like just that we were you. Did Jimmy even kill younger gang stalkers after seeing them? Yes. Does that mean all this evil that they did goes on to their parents where they were during 1960s and their entire generations? Yes. That they heard these videos and they're watching continue to do it and they failed to bring evidence against Baghdad and Downey. I mean, even a simple recording while they were doing what they refer to as work and hacking. Why were they so into hacking? Because they wanted to be part of the resurrection. They were scared and they were bribed with money. And they thought it was cool. They're young, stupid shitholes. But they failed to bring evidence against Baghdad and the people inside the Knocklight Portainment Company. And Majewski. What happens to those people and their family where they were during 1867? Part of any satellites being built in the hack during 1990s being implicated. Well, during that moment, those that hacked and failed to bring evidence and do it sincerely, were they outside the hemispheres? They go to hell anyway. Or were they inside the hemispheres? And they were somebody that succumbs to rejection, such as the people inside Milo Guires. their entire family and their atoms and their electrons and neutrons and protons and every iota of their existence and their face and their neuronal system, their past, present, future, their males and their females, and where they were, they succumb to Satan, drag their souls to the fire, fell to summer never, and succumb to I don't know you. So they succumb to the same charges that Bogdan was charged with. What charges were Bogdan, and Megan, and Tara, and those people charged with? They raped me. They raped Christ, the return of Christ throughout each generation. Was that proven? Yes. Did Jimmy try to hide it? Yes. So who else succumbs to that charge? The Teston family and Nova and Jeremy and Peter. Teston. People that tried to kill Joe DeMeo. And the people that wanted me to sleep with John, the son of a police officer, and prior to that were seeding his son Max. So John and Max felt numb to a seed. And John was treating me as where I was trash. He was only using me. Though his son Max was considered unstable and semi-autistic, though his son was being assaulted via brain seed and a script to suggest he was going to cut stuffed animals apart and he wanted to cut animals. And that was a script, a seed. So realizing that now I need to say it aloud, because John being a police officer and being, did I like John? No. So did Jimmy want me to go have sex with him? And who was the last person who had sex? The last person who had sex was Jimmy. During 2018. So it's the last time I had sex, never kissed anybody. Never held their hand. Well, actually, my friend Nick Borzone was very sad. He invited me to dinner. I asked Jimmy to go with me. And on the way to walking into a place to have a drink and talk, he was talking about a business deal. And Jimmy was watching. I knew he was watching. He grabbed my hand in the parking lot. So I told him I didn't feel comfortable doing that. That I love Jimmy and I didn't feel comfortable anybody grabbing my hand. But the last person I kissed and had ever had sex with was during 2018. And Jimmy simply just shoved his penis in my asshole real quick, shoved my hand on his cock, and then shoved me out the door. Prior to that, the last time I had vaginal sex was the last time I had vaginal sex with Jimmy. Oh, no, vaginal sex with Jimmy. Did I have vaginal sex with Jimmy after that? John had sex with me the last time I had sex. The penis inside my orifices, rather than only my mouth, was with Jimmy. So have you talked to any guys since then? No. There was one contact where Ariel called me and said, do you want to date? Jimmy, I knew that Jimmy was watching the whole time. Did it hurt you? Yes. Did you say no because Jimmy was watching? No. Of course not. I said no because Jimmy was still in a sick way and he needed to know that he was worth how I love the true Jimmy that walked to the porch. A clean vessel. Is that any other man? No. Is any other woman, any other family you that ascend the porch, pretty much Jesus Christ. The return of Christ makes me that birth alignment only. Makes less. Externally being that same identity. Being hidden inside you and knowing the same knowings and traveling the same traveling, what you were supposed to see and travel, what you did already travel, the Philomena, Leon, Teresa Fidelli, and into 1991. Question mark now. Is there allowed to be sections? No. They refer to themselves as one being and then sections? No. Where does his death sentence and kill sentence go to? Teddy. Andrew. And those that put a script into Max and want to injure him. He's a little boy that was diagnosed with autism. So Jimmy went as far as to try to assault what John referred to as his ex-girlfriend was hiding diapers, and who had a daughter was hiding diapers under their bed and would leave them there. So John was like, I don't know why she was acting that. She was seated into. She's targeted. So that if you really think that you loved her, so I told John, if you really think you love that person, you need to go to her because you do not belong with me. And he would say, well, I don't think you belong with Jimmy, and I think that guy's using you. So would Jimmy talk throughout that guy? Yes. Would Jimmy be talking to the guy? Would Joe Tessa be talking to the guy and want to watch you have sex? Yes. While using what you were born with? Pieces and pieces that were added. Is Clark Police a decent facility? No. Did they go and investigate the Bogda family? And would they? Or would what they think they want is more important to them, though it means killing Tootsie and Joe DeMeo? Were their children inside that precinct assaulted this in much way like Max? Meaning Jimmy C, the other brains, and Brian Wagner's daughter, and Eddie Wagner's daughter? Yes. I mean, did Megan do it? I mean, when I say Jimmy, does that mean me? No. He let Jimmy hired, mostly his family. He called it a high-pressure job. He wanted to assault anybody that ever cared about mixed class. So people already in the hemisphere. So they wanted to assault Brian Wagner's family, Scott Maloney. They wanted Scott Maloney and his wife to think that they weren't able to bear their own children. And they wanted me to say you can, and so he just was coming somewhere else and then say, look, we'll do that for you. Though if Scott Maloney agrees to it, then he's going to hell. As are all child services. Miss Davis, Miss Lopez, their children. And when they tried to say, like, my father's house was government houses, those were they ever government houses? No. Can Jimmy use what was stolen to build? No. So where else is a kill sentence? Go to the scripture death sentence and a hit against evil. It goes to those that are in Clark Police Precinct that failed Christ and allowed the rape sessions. While Jimmy suggesting he's Central Intelligence Agency agent, that the Clark Police suggested we need to listen to these directors that are going to kill and burn Joe DeMeo and kill Tootsie, rather than listen to Erica, the Return of Christ, and obey her, and fucking arrest everybody that did what they did during the 1990s. Because one day they're gonna say that I have a uniform on. I had the ability to arrest that Bogda family and fucking bring them down and suggest and to say and to rather than call a press conference, say we released a supervisor, like supervisor, like they're gonna shield us from the sun. And I had the ability to arrest them despite what Union County Courthouse said, and to arrest the people that agree with Downey because they wanted it what was inside Erica and Tootsie. And I had the ability to arrest them and to listen to Erica and say my precinct's completely going to be different than you shitholes. Other precincts that agreed with Downey and Bogda, we're going to arrest Bogda and the Not Quite Born Entertainment Company and the Satellite Company and the Surveillance Company and Michael McJersey, who falsified an obituary, and the prosecutors in Union County Courthouse. And you want to see Victor and Adrian. And the entire family says Mixed Less and how that was functioning in 78, what was functioning there in private. And that, because Erica's children were already born, they were raped via Megan. So who are you going to arrest? We're going to arrest Megan Downey. Do you need any kind of evidence? Well, there's overwhelming evidence already. Do you simply need me to say these words aloud to do it? And especially we're using interfaces and precincts, and you had an agreement with the Downey family and certain representatives. That's all that was needed. What's needed is my command. Or the evidence of precincts, my command is what's needed. My words and my command. On behalf of what said during being Meek's favorite birth inside of Royal House, New Jersey, prior to the 1990s attack. So prior to 1990s attack, prior to those priors, the Return of Christ, birth inside Royal House, New Jersey. Prior to Jimmy dissecting gestational dissection using fallen angel technology, and prior to Freemasons being dematrixed. And during the same moment, prior to the first satellite being built. And prior to James and Jr. hacking during Rosa Catholic High School. And going into Rosa Catholic High School. And prior to the cable company. And Jeff Bezos' Mars and www.targetnews.com doings. And prior to those doings happening globally and galactically. Throughout states and countries. Being New Jersey, Philadelphia, and states and provinces throughout countries. We just saw a country and global map. And throughout what we refer to as government facilities, organizations, and Freemasons. So what happened to some of the families that were, because that command is against even Central Intelligence Agencies that allowed what they referred to as a Cuban attack, They were suffering, they referred to as vibrations and a sickness from Cuba. Well, they failed to obey the commands of my mouth. They deserve it. Would you ever forgive the Downey family? No. Would you ever forgive somebody else outside the glass? No. So are people inside the glass allowed to forgive? No. Have their own voice? No. So some of the apparitions you were seeing with a closed voice, that meant simply that you're their voice. Yes. So you are Jesus Christ's voice. Yes. And Miriam's. Yes. They're one being. Yes. Are the people that are assaulting you, are they Miriam, Jesus Christ? No. No. Is Jimmy ever Jesus Christ? No. Is Jimmy allowed to touch you? What was inside you? In such a way to continue doing what he did? No. To reverse what was done since the 1990s to what you say makes me less and you scream, Erica? Erica! 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 Erica, look at us. Return of Christ. Well, that was privately. You own, you say mixed mates, was less. Push them off your Teresa Dalzicki, the God's Angel, Alex Dalzicki, Teresa Fidelli, Flamia Viglione, Vittoria Davide. Their brain maps, that interface, their Vegas, their inner temple chamber beings, their life since prior to being planetary formations in the sky. And prior to, except those whose names were found written in the book of the living, which was written before the creation of the world happening. So prior to Genesis. It makes us, and then that housing the hemisphere. So there are all those ages, the same friends. It was probably the New Jerusalem, talking to us, meaning New Hampshire, 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 Jerusalem, where you are the Father, the Mother, the Father, the M, the Mother, that entirety. It's only one wholeness. It's already one. He says, it's not going to talk to me. Trust is God, trust is faithful. Trust makes me. Trust is God, trust is faithful, 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 makes me. It's not controlled. It's not controlled. Testament back meeting. That's the only me. Us. We are one. I am who I am. Jesus Christ, Miriam, and Magdala. The eternities. The first and middle names there was banquets, Erica's babies. It's only that being there in 78, where that was, verse 8, and it stays there, and it's Erik and Stevie's sperm. They were already banked, their entire marriage was birthed. That timeline is 1991. The judgment of the judgment was doled in 1991. That Revelation timeline meant globally and galactically with time travel pockets. And areas of space and time. Because it makes me live. Eric Elms, Sassy, Preserve, March 2014, City of Fergus, that's much Sun, Fergus, that's Sim, Fergus, 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 Ferguson, Fergus, that's Ferguson, Fergus, that's March 2014, Stephen, such percent, makes me choose to go discuss. Erica! 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 Look to my new sauce. Well, then Erica said would have a physical resurrection, transfiguration like Grandma, Poppy, and the entire family was due. Yes. All these words on our behalf of the entire Miss Was Jimmy ever that? No. Could you ever become that? No. Born again of that? No. No. Definitely no. Can a thief be born again of love? No. Or what happened to that? I mean, so it means all the attacks since 1990s, globally, galactically, and where they were in time travel pockets and in different places, spaces. So prior to those attacks in the 1990s, and the first dematrixing, globally and galactically, process being born. So where people outside the way, so it happened there. It happened other places too. So prior to all those priors, or those succumb to those priors, would go to do those doings. Are they ever allowed those doings? No. So what happens to all those males and females that ever existed that did them? In every place where they are, every ounce of their existence, their atoms, their electrons, their names, their every nation, all languages, their voice, their eyes, their face, their skin, especially the Downey family. Danny boy, Danny boy. And Majewski. And you're a father. Who are those people? And Jimmy, that he put his cock into females while he was raping you, and he put you to other females, refer to them as you. What happens to those other females? Where they were globally, galactically, their parents and their males and their females, their genetics, their DNA, and within their encoded cells, and their voice, and their ovaries. And what James referred to as his biological, he needed to cut off. He needed to do it. It was already done anyway, though he needed to prove that he could do it, the way that they were prior to hacking during the 1990s, rather than cutting him off as a piece of ERIK to be joined back again. So those people have failed to do that, failed to do the that portion. And what happens to all the females and males that were outside, where they were global galactically? They succumb to the M-coded cell that goes to hell. So the false M, the false origin. What happens to, so where was their origin? Well, they succumb to cut off and they agreed to be evil. They are the false origin, daughters of God's unknown extraterrestrial. Is that actual? Yes. Or is it actual? Yes, that's going to begin. Is that an actuality that existed? Yes. So what happens to everybody that were outside the glass? So as Jimmy's clean vessel still banging his head, the outside the glass are everything about Jimmy that was inside of his vessel that would constitute him as a Downey, and dedicated and sick. Succumb to the description of these videos. It succumbs to the wrong single M. So is it possible that what Jimmy thought his face looked like and what he thought his genetics were would ever, is it possible that, we're saying his genetics, is it possible that the clean vessel will ever be a Downey ever again? DOWNY. Those evil fucks. No. No. And we're inside the glass ever. Michael Majewski never rebirthed the Downey family. No. Rape is different than consensual rebirth and consensual sex. And theft is different than love. Love is completely different from indifference. And Bram was just saying, we're saying this. Erica saying this because we're strength. We're building her. So what happens to Joe Tesson's family? And there's only one person doing this to you. They succumb to Billy and Billy's children torturing them. Do they realize it? So how they were born prior to doing hacking, does that whole identity realize that they're being filled with Billy L and Billy O's children? Yes. Does that happen to every Freemason that was de-matrixed? Yes. And their families? Yes. So that portion of Giselle's babies that are a false portion? Yes. So was Giselle ever interfaced with Giselle's husband? No, it was a doing done via machine. Done via the Jersey sisters and Michael New Jersey. Trying to mock Giselle and trying to turn her to marry the people that killed Frankie. And then trying to lie to Javid after have a bad tattoo on their arm. Well, they do their version of Gog and Magog to Javid. So what happens to people that touch that family? They go directly to hell. So what happens to the Downey family that touched Frankie's family? They go directly to hell. Is Megan charged with killing Frankie? Yes. And doing what the bouncers did? Yes. Of course. Is Megan's portion, Alice's portion, their children charged with the same charges? Yes. Yes. And are they all charged with obliterating Max's brain map? Absolutely. Absolutely. Did Jimmy try to put disease inside Max brain to Eric and Stevie? Yes. Would you ever forgive that, Jimmy? No, I would have let somebody kill him. And Michael Majewski did the same. And Joseph Teston. Is somebody going to kill Joe Teston and Jeremy? Yes. It's already ordered. And will you make sure that somebody kills people that hurt Joe DeMeo? Absolutely. So did Jimmy try to orchestrate an argument between the DeMeo family and Dorothy after Jimmy was killing Alex? Did he try to make a fight about a boat? Yes. Was that really Johnny DeMeo's thinking against Dorothy and Alex? No. It was a script to try to cause animosity between the families that were joined together in an interface, to try to cut soul ties. Can any of the soul ties that were inside what you say makes this? Prior to all the priors, prior to all the hackers' priors, during that moment, the return of Christ, birthless in the 8, inside the hospital where Eric and Steve being crowned out vagina already, in successful births, useless. And then the families inside the interfaces all connected to you, heart, mind, body, soul, self. Useless. No. Or say no, makes me less. Useless. No. Or say makes less. Erica! Erica! Look, don't be afraid. Useless. No. And beyond where we said soul ties, how much soul self ties? It was tiniest intricate connection. No. No. What happens if people try to make soul ties in different sections? Combine your inner brain to where intertwined with Michael just because he's afraid to die after what he did. That's why he succumbed to radiation. I'm afraid to die alone. I do bad things. You think God would forgive me? He succumbed to the radiation and the command. It depends on what you did. So would Michael Majewski ever be forgiven? No. What happens to Michael Majewski's parents? And what James Jr. thought was the identity of James Jr. They succumbed to directed to hell. As is the reason why they're doing what they're doing after they satanically closed and made private my universe. So you don't have to do this anymore because we want it. We don't want you to have it back. What was inside you was stolen. They said go to hell. They go to hell. Why are they doing what they're doing? Try to escape hell. They're afraid to die. They're trying to steal resurrection because they're afraid to die after what they did. What happens to those people? They succumb to a worse hell than they already succumbed to. Does Megan's babies know that they're going to suffer? Yes. So what they've stolen from you and into a future for the Spick babies. Do they suffer torture? Yes. Meaning did the stealing. Not was stolen, did the stealing. Yes. Every ounce of them. So even if there was a tiny particle of dust, the scripture is somebody rejects the word that you bring, shake the dust off your feet after leaving their house. I mean, even their dust goes to hell. What's to come of that? Do they realize they're in hell? They scream and torture forever and ever. The smoke rises up. Their smoke rises up for the eternity of eternities. Who are included within those that suffer that? Those that the voices go, that's my son! That's my son! Harassment. We're one. Didn't you say you wanted to use his hand? You sound like Trump because we told Trump we would put you to the voice of God. And then Eric would be blamed for signing an agreement to Sanhedrin. And Stephen and Eric would be blamed. Well, how did Victor and Adrian respond to that? We lied to them. We turned, look, their family agrees. Is Jimmy that twisted? Yes. What happens to the cable company? Meaning the portions that were outside the glass. They succumb to killers? What happens to all the ones via their portion? and all they're doing is their portion. The rest of the class has come to complete reversal. What happens when they come to complete reversal, and what happened to inside the class that comes to complete reversal? I mean, what happens to the people outside the class? I mean, what happened to this class? Well, it was what it was prior to the hackers' doings. So where's Eric at that point? They're already crowned throughout my vagina in Cecil Birth, 1978. They're enthroned, and Philomena and the fuzzy screen. It makes me less. How I could travel under the light. The fuzzy screen and Philomena Viglione, Trace Fidelli, Vittorio Davido. The truth will be, that's the actual meaning, Victor. Vittorio. There wasn't a really Italian word that said Victor, so they would say Vittorio. So that's Vittorio Davide, my great grandfather. So what does it mean? And I walked him to the throne. That means me who walked him to the throne. Who's to the throne? Me, my maleness, ERIK and STEVIE. And sitting on the throne. That's Erica being male. That's Erica outward down maleness. Who was pierced into. That's Jesus Christ. Was that Solomon? No. Did Jimmy do a really demonic version of Solomon while lying to everyone? Yes. Why? Because he was afraid to die. Did he treat Return of Christ with the Queen of Babylon and actually kill Tutsi? Yes. Cause every false dementia and every false Alzheimer's. So every time an illness hit you, family, did you say, I'm going to destroy that illness and where it came from? It's so that you have that illness. I'm going to destroy it because it's different from your identity. Yes. So your identity, yes. So any kind of thing that were you families that said, I have diabetes and I was a false illness. Did those words to come to recant it? Yes, I use them to benefit good. How did you use them? I'm going to crush them. I am going to crush the origin of it and put it in generous doles to the people who suffered, who caused the suffering. So who suffered, that's what comes to recant who suffered, though they're unable to cure themselves. Is Jimmy allowed to be who you were? No. Being how you were born, the entirety of the class? No. So is anybody allowed to be mixed me? So that's in Tutsi. So just and to do what Jimmy suggested via school. Tutsi could live and continue through us. It already happened many times. She could continue through us. She could continue through us. Alex could continue through us. We killed him. We numbed his brain. He thinks he's talking to you. He continued us. Trump, he's like Trump because we interface you. What's happened to Trump? I already ordered a killing to Trump. And James Jr. that ordered connected to Trump. And all this, it's my time to shine. This is their Erica cheerleading. It's my time to shine. I come from behind. Did you order a killing to Teddy? Yes. And to Teston? Yes. Jeremy? Yes. Of course I did. Of course I did. And anyone despite their uniform? Yes. Globally and galactically? Yes. Yes. Of course I did. Of course I did. So did Teddy? Yes. And his mother? Yes. And where Teddy was located prior to all the hackers' priors, his whole genetic line, even his atoms? Yes. Is Teddy Satan? Yes. Teston? Yes. Teston's wife? Yes. Who was his wife? Erica Conti? No. Will all the police officers that failed in Roselle during 1992 and the Bogdan's connections that failed to arrest him, they heard him doing evil and they wanted judicial systems involved, those that failed to implicate him on charges and arrest him and execute him, because what he did is liable of an execution, even according to statepolice.com and how they handle cyber crimes and computer crimes using technology against people's inners. Does that constitute, it proves that it constitutes what was done via the people, it constitutes they succumb to execution. Hefty financial fines, very expensive financial fines, and beyond money, finances, and execution. So they need to be in their birth state of being to be executed. That means their whole family and where they were born, their section, their worlds, to be in their state of being. So that means there's some state police will be realigned where they were inside hemispheres because they're my Uncle Mateo's friends. My Uncle Mateo that was misled to be a state trooper. So I had to dissolve any kind of government loyalty because it's up from hell. So I need to save people that were misled to wear a uniform. There's many people in my family who wore a uniform. They're misled to. So I clean with my Mixie's birth. Mixie's birth. Me, Eric, Mixie. Erica! Erica! Look what the says. I mean, what that man said during 1978, privately, prior to the process. So all these kill charges are on behalf of that entirety. 2, the entire school locked outside the glass. And the entire misled inside the glass wear uniform. And to agree with Downey family. And the shithole that voice go, who's shitting on the bed? Who's shitting in the bed? How? Who's shitting in the bed? Who's shitting on the bed? We can make America great again. Anyone ever allow Trump? And Trump. And his sons. And his daughters. And Megan Donnie Gonzalez. And her laughing spics on her Facebook page. After Jimmy sent the text message via WhatsApp, I still think you're going to show these messages to them. And I still think you're going to show this TXT to them. And they're going to laugh at me. And if that's what it is, then whatever. I'm the idiot. And then years later, was you praying though? What you praying though? Always use you to rebirth his family the way Jimmy did to his. He wanted to recreate his family and then put you in his psych ward. You loved the wrong one. As it says that Jimmy was a virgin that loved it. Mega and Alex. It was a female version, Alex. And was rebirthing their parents. So will you order a killing to James Jr. that did it? His vessel, yes. And Alex, of course. What Jimmy's doing does affect reality, yes. Does it grossly and grievously and the most demonic way affect his reality? Yes. And Alex, yes. Is somebody going to kill his babies? Yes. Is somebody going to kill Trump? Yeah, it's ordered already. Somebody going to put a knife in Jimmy's back the way he did to you? Absolutely. Are you going to feel good? Is Christ going to feel good? Yes. Is Christ going to cry happy tears? And is he going to cry happy tears as soon as Jimmy dies and is killed? Yes. Is Jimmy clingy to what was raped? Yes. And same kill too. I'm done with this failing. Now I'm going to succumb to reverse. I'm going to reverse. Yes, same kill them. Change the course of history. One big mistake. One little mistake. Jimmy wanted to say what we would like with Eric's sexual ecstasy instead of Kimberly. And we're Kimberly and Jim married. And we're Eric McGrath and Erica married. Because he's punishing you that you talk to Eric. That's what he's personally reason why he's doing this. He asked me to get to write a program. So just what program he's doing it now. He's trying to go back in time where what you did to him, you did it again and again and again. Will somebody blow Jimmy's head off? Yes. Pour acid on his face? Yes. I think he liked about himself while he's doing evil. And succumb to the shithole. Doing 10,000, I would walk to them so there's me, Mike, just get to you. Would Christ ever forgive Jimmy's dissection project? No. Is Jimmy going to hell within seconds? Is Alex Gonzalez going to hell? And his parents? Yes. Could they ever be reborn if it was inside the glass? And permanently inside the glass? No. Nope. What happens to all the brain maps that were inside those outside the glass, even prior to all their priors, prior to the hackers' priors and contact, globally, galactically, and Trump's? Every portion of their identity screams in the fire of hell with only their portions. There's only portions allotted there. As is those some of the reason, we're supposed to make money to help get back what you stole. We wanted to keep. Most of your accounts are spiritual values that got shredded. And every Central Intelligence Agency agent and their families. And was referred to as the U.S. Department of Defense. It was referred to as his portion, lawyers, phlebotomist. Angie's a phlebotomist. I usually go to doctor's offices away from where I live. Oh, that receptionist, she asked me if you're my girlfriend. I said no. She said that was cute. Hi, cutie. Go to Kim's room, answer the phone. Hire? Yeah, right. Exclamation, love, understanding surpasses all knowledge. Our false translation proved that it's a false translation. And we're still married. And their portion, not good entertainment company. And interfaces. And sections. And Danny boy. And false versions. Clark Police Department. Summit. Roselle Police Department. Their friends and family. Roselle Police Department, especially Eric McGrath. Bill Gates, Facebook, started Facebook interface and wanted what was inside the glass to be connected only to Jimmy's electronics to control us. What was inside in our life be transferred to a different format, conceive other people. I mean, they're portioning other people. And those are the projects. Every Freemason that ever existed. Nimrod, those that offer prayers to Molech and sacrifice to what they refer to as their star god, Saturn Refon, R-E. Every pharaoh that ever existed. And within those, their interfaces. Within space and time and length and height and 369. And M codes. M-coded cells, atomic cells, voice codes, and Holocaust codes. Those Jews and those Catholics. Those false Christians and Jews and false apostles. Their DNA, their RNA, their mRNA, and what constituted the constituents and what built and what was in the containment throughout M-coded cells. Theirs. So what M-coded cells is going to be on their M-coded cells that succumb to that charge. Meaning their M-coded cells, the one false equal M-coded cells. Nimrod, pharaohs, sorcerers, liars. Kelly Downey. Extraterrestrial. America. England, Ireland. Their every nation in all languages. Megan Downey. Speak a Spanish? Succumb to and their portion gang stalkers, seeders, script writers. I need more time. I know what you want. I can't give it to you right now. I need more time. You have to go into a psych ward. I did something really bad. Or 1997, after already raping me. I did something really bad. I made a bet. So that's to come to their reiteration, their voice line only, without these brainwaves connected. The people that succumb to, I did something really bad. And fireworks in the backyard, So when I said, Jimmy, you could come talk to me. Only though the Jimmy that I know, you could knock on my bedroom window. You could come talk to me. You could come into my backyard. So Jimmy was sharing those messages with other people, and males and females. They were raping innocents. So would you ever trust me again? Want to message him? No. No. Would you ever let yourself love? Did Jimmy want it to be like, because did it make him feel better that you would say, I'm unable to love you because of what you're doing. You're the false Jimmy, though he wanted to steal love. And so just he is raping you and keeping you under hostage. Yes, because he always thought his little boy that he lost. He was always unstable because of false love to the females that were unable to love him, and proved it. So would he ever trust Kelly? No. Is he delusional where he thought that what he stole from the glass and transferred to his family was really you? Yes. Is it really you? No. Like, would you ever marry their family? No. Be their family, rebirth them? No. So did their families feed into, and are they succumb to, but as for the cowardly, but as for the detestable, but as for the faithless, and as the sorcerers, and as the idolaters, and as the sexually immoral, and all liars, their portion is in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. I mean, were you asking, are those families that identity? Yes. What happens to those families, even their atoms and their M-coded cells, they succumb to the second death? It's because they'll be reborn. When did they succumb to the second death? Prior to Kelly wearing diapers. Prior to the hack during the 1990s and Jimmy's associates accessing fallen angel technology. And prior to the Freemasons being dematrixed. So why did Jimmy want to rape you family? To escape his home life? I mean, is that why Jimmy did, to escape his home life? Yes. So did he feel like if you physically said, I can't love you anymore, that he was able to control you, love, that he always felt like he was on the grips of losing? Yes. Did he feel like he was stronger than people that abused him in his royal house? Yes. If he stayed with you, the porch, would he ever be twisted like that? No. No. Of course not. So what happens when people are soul snatched? The last soul snatching was when? So when you did souls, that's permanent. You have complete claim over those souls. It's because somebody could do soul catcher. Correct. So what happens to Richard Boggs? There's a killer out to kill him, slice his throat, and burn him. Did Jimmy suggest that Poppy Al did the soul catching? Yes. Is he lying? Yes. Is it just somebody else was Poppy? And they were mad that Poppy is a pitcher and a catcher. And they say, oh, he's a pitcher, we'll catch it then. Control catch. We're going to say that we're Poppy and we want people to agree with us. So soul catcher part is allowed to happen? No. What happened to people that did him? They're charged with every charge against Bogda, where Bogda was prior to the 1990s hack attack. Everywhere that happened during that same time that it happened initially. During the 1990s when Jimmy was in Rosa Catholic High School, prior to using fallen angel technology, though, and prior to meeting Michael Mischus, because I'm in Jersey, and prior to all the hackers in the same moment, prior to the first satellite being constructed, and the first technical to technical pieces that are metal coming together to make a connection, and during the same moments prior to and during the actual crucifixion, where the entire succumbed to the false evil charges, succumb to mixed me saying, and the apostles and the saints saying, and our blood saying, and an ether and the sea of glass saying, the glass don't saying, and the entire inside mixed with glass that was already set apart, saying, so you say, and so you say, and so you say. So the entire succumb to their amen and their affirmations. So that's always only their portion that succumbed to evil, and where they were already born into, because they were all afraid to die after assaulting Christ, because what they were praying to that die, because they were praying, because those that assaulted, what they were praying to are extraterrestrial and evil deities, Belial and Belial's children, and Beelzebub. And those that succumbed to that were already charged with incest, every form of sexual perversion, sexual morality, including child molestation, child perversion. They're the origin of child perversion and child molestation, every disease, every plague. Sexual immorality that injures innocence. So it's non-consensual sex, it's non-consensual rough sex, it's non-consensual consensual rape, it's non-consensual, people call consensual rough sex and rape and role-playing. So those that we hear that, well, how could rape, because were people role-playing and they would say, I like to be raped, I like to do that, doing sex role play. Do they mean actual physical rape where you are injured without allowance and without consent? No. So non-consensual contact and false translations. Those that succumb to radiation. Give her back her life, please. I did it to prove her point. She's strong with me. I could be her. She's strong. I could be her daddy. It's not what I was going to say. Bust. Isn't that what Tootsie used to say, playing poker in the kitchen? I think your up and down days are over, Donnie. Trump. People raping gestational periods of Christ. Makes less. Verse 8. The return of Christ makes less. Erica! Makes less. The difference of Max and John and other assaulters and those that allow the assault and false resurrection, James Jr., attacks, Clark Police Department, robots being passed around, anyone that stole to build 666 families that were succumbed to the other books and tried to hide their books, were stealing of purity and having sex with other people, and were they married and doing it? Failed to arrest those people, brutally arrest them, I mean, pound their face to the pavement, and do that to James Jr., Richard Bogdan, where there's blood in their veins rather than a stunt double, metal, a cyborg, because they were too afraid to be arrested after what they did. So they suggested police officers, you could rape Erica, you could do this. When Erica says arrest them, there'll be a metal robot in jail. And then what Kelly would say to you and succumb to reiteration, see, we could all be friends. This is what we got. We have a rape business. It's for your future. It's for your future because people are going to want to kill you. These robots are to hide you. Since you know what that meant. You lost your bid fair and square, Michael. Who's Kimberly? Erica's stunt double. And the entire squad locked inside the glass, even prior to the hackers' priors. It's probably the first hack ever being done, the first technology ever being done, and the first sorcerer committing it to a sorcery and doing the same what they did. And the first satellite being built, and throughout globally and galactically, upon first detection, the first de-webbing. We got the evil people realizing we're evil, identity, we're Nimrod, de-webbing themselves from the Matrix. Where all those were that prior to doing it, and associated acts that accompanied those acts, and those people doing what they did. All those identities and where they were, their entirety succumbs to the second death, and from their portion, their children, permanently, forever. And their ancestors sent us. They're all the false evil messiahs. It's Christ, but they had a Jesus Christ and a personal Jesus. They're all the false evil first and last Adam. That succumbed to that charge. Those that succumb to that charge are all the wrong, the false evil, Jesus Christ. That succumb to, there are many people that come and say they're in my name. There are many people that come and say they're a Messiah and they're in my name. Do not go with them. You will hear about wars in different places. Have nothing to do with them. You will hear about weird objects in the sky. And about wars in other places. Do not go to them. Have nothing to do with them. Who intentionally had something to do with them? The Downey family. Because they are them. And Majewski family. The United States government. The heart that's going to lock us out the glass. We're already there. Prior to the hackers, priors, completely set apart from mixed class. Return of Christ. Privately banked. Private. Completely different from without the Downey family. And Kelly Downey. And Megan Downey. And Tara Downey. Their permanent identity, even probably wearing diapers, and part of the hackers priors. And Richard Bonda. And the coffin builder. And Bubble Technology. 100 frequency. And of that origin, those origins, they're part new interfaces. And Trump. Donald Trump, Melania, Ivanka, and their voice code. All the other males and females ever existed, and their species and their animals, and their cattle and their crops and their organisms, and their dust, and their cells, and their dogs and their cats, their brain emissions. And Majewski, Teston, Jeremy Teston, Peter Teston. Shippers, East Clark, New Jersey. Their portion, their doings. So it's the only portion that's going to hell. Though, and that includes those that come to the region. Stop doing this. I'm still your spiritual advisor. I can do to Trump, so I sound like Trump. Tell Make America Great Again. Do you want to go back home to your mommy and dad, or do you want to stay with me, Donald Trump? Donald Trump did not go to Florida this year to have Thanksgiving with his family. How you're not getting into there? Go to Kim's room, answer the phone. Hi, or yeah, right. I like when you say Jimmy, it sounds familiar. I feel like I need to scrub my brain. The Thereturnofs are us, it's us. You're us, you're my daughter. Bobby said I have a chance doing what Jimmy did. It's not reversible to an extent to the next. I put one of my exes in a psych ward. One of my friends who's a police officer thought his fiance was cheating on him. He wanted me to hack her. And I didn't want to do it. And I did it. And he found out she was cheating on him. And he cut off his thumb. He hacked off his fingers. Saw? I saw things in Danny that Danny couldn't see. I need to help Danny bloom. Are you sure you're at the food store? I could turn it on, I could turn it off. I could have a conversation, make love to you every day. I'm controlling the whole thing when I hacked. I didn't know you had it in you. What time is it? To pass the time for own pleasure. To make it seem where the shitholes that hacked you are the ones that suffered, and they suffered at all their generations. Falls 1 over 1,000. The Spick babies. Alex Gonzalez's family. All the names that I miss social media. People that are named that I miss social media. And Jim B. Downey and James B. Downey. Joseph Teston. Angela Teston. Teddy. Trump. Ivanka, Eric Trump. Every Freemason ever existed. Their wives and their husbands, their mothers and their fathers, their portion, their children. Dan Donahue. Daniel Donahue. Megan Downey. James Downey Sr. Tara Downey, Kelly Downey, Megan Downey, and their great-great-grandparents and James Jr.'s mother. Their portion, James Jr. And during say 19, this comes to a recant. Part of all the hackers' priors, their portion, James Downey Jr. their portion within the blasphemous last return of Christ. Within the hemispheres, and the family within the hemispheres. It's only we have to do that. It makes me like it has to make these commands and charges. As is Tootsie and Al. So they only agree with these words, because so we have the entire set of glass. For the entire succumb to locked outside the glass, succumb to the charges. So they are with charge. Does that mean electrical charge? No. That means with judgments held against them. They're with the false and a most evil charge that sucks them into hell. Who's with that charge? Well, that's their heart, their brain. It's actually Satan's brain. So where are they anchored into? They succumb to, God did not spare the angels, but threw them into the fire of hell, where they were bound in balls and chains in the uttermost darkness until that day. So when the angels are rejoicing with set apartness, what happens to the Downey family? They succumb to sucked into their charge. Where they're with charge, where are they? They succumb to, God did not spare the angels, but threw them into the fire of hell, where they were bound in balls and chains in the uttermost darkness until that day. Those that succumb to worse will happen to those than those that stayed in Sodom and Gomorrah. So what does that mean? It's different than the perverse meaning that there was gay people that would suffer, and innocent transgenders and gay people in instance that would suffer worse than those that stayed in Sodom and Gomorrah. People in Sodom and Gomorrah are those that misled innocent people and injured innocent gay people. And the government that tried to turn innocent gay people thinking they were gay while they were attacked in utero, and during a mineral exchange in utero, a female predominant dominance wanted a male baby to think he was gay. So are gay people evil? No, the government's evil. So are gay people going to hell? The gay people that you saved, are they going to hell? No. So if Billy Cullen, who's openly gay, died while having ass sex with somebody that he loved and was beautiful and was inside the hemispheres, are they going to hell? No, the people that injured them are going to hell. And anyone that ever abused them are going to hell. And ever tried to harm them are going to hell. And everyone that tried to harm their transgender friends that I love are going to hell. Being transgendered is one of the most fierce struggles, because they struggle with, am I betraying God inside me? It's a complete war. So anyone that harmed those people goes to hell. Anyone that bullied them to commit suicide goes to hell. Those that committed suicide, their soul is already saved in heaven. Though those that bullied to suicide they succumb to Megan's identity. Did a checklist? Did Megan turn in some people to commit suicide? Countless people. Because you do it to one, you do it to eternal life. So did those people that commit suicide because of Megan, do they go to hell? No. Megan is already inside hell. Can Megan escape that? No. So where was Megan's children's actual identity? Inside hell. How come she had many babies as she did? Because she was raping Immaculate Conception. Did Jimmy help that? Well, actually, Megan and Tara Keller were inside Jimmy doing it. Is that an accurate statement? Yes. Because Jimmy walked an empty vessel. When Jimmy walked abandoned the porch, he walked away in an empty vessel only with Mixed Jimmy extended as a witness against, because we're end times revelation. Chapter 20, book 11. So the judgment was doled against anyone that wanted to taint Jimmy's vessel again and make him think he was a Downey. So when Jimmy went as and abandoned the porch empty vessel, the entire system come to purged. That was assaulting senior 2 and innocent transgressors and gays and innocent molestation victims. The entire thing of glass. Success. During that moment, the evil was walking around, wandering over waterless places, trying to find a place to rest. And they didn't find any, so they went back to their house. They found it clean. And so they brought all their friends with them and reinfested their vessel. So that's every person that Jimmy walked to. And every action that was done be all of those. And was already done in different places and spaces. And within M-coded cells. So what is included with all those that succumb to that charge? The entire that succumbs to that inclusion are their brain maps, their voice code, government, their portion police departments, false in my father's house, every ounce of testing, Angela Teston, Jeremy Teston, detectives, Ryan. It's like I hired a spiritual being as a robot. Those that willingly did idolatry. The Not Quite Porntainment Company. Hire, yeah, right. Jimmy doesn't do that anymore. Would you do me a favor? Would you make me a deal? Would you make me a deal? Busted. Say busted. That was my last one. Walked in Mon McGuire's. If Danny walked into a bar, guys wouldn't know what to do with themselves. Seated Max, a son police officer's son. A person who was misled to be a police officer, his son Max. Say some police officer son, a person who's employed via some police station, his son Max, who was diagnosed with autism. Chopper services. And Chopper services, and those that made phony calls, including Megan, Tara Downey, Cranford, New Jersey, Megan Downey, Lavalette, New Jersey, Point Pleasant, New Jersey, Alex Gonzalez, Lavalette, Point Pleasant, New Jersey, in Ireland, and some commission. Why would I take you to Ireland? I own property there. Why would I take you? I only take my family. That's what Jimmy said during 2016 to me. And I don't feel the same way. I don't feel. You're saying I'm your family? You're saying, Jimmy, you're my family. I love you. I love you. Eric, I don't feel the same way. Danny's my family. Danny that raped you, that's my family. Oh, I don't think I know Renee. I don't think I ever met him. I don't think I ever met her. I love you too. I know what those words meant. I know what those words meant when you said I love you the 20 times that you said them. I know what they meant every time you said them. And I know what it meant when I said it back to you. I love you too. I don't feel the same way. I know I said it 2 days ago. I don't feel the same way. When you could prove to me that you want to change your mind about me, turn your back to me, let me fall, let me down, change your mind about me, then I'll give you another chance. After I raped you during Roosevelt Catholic High School and was hacking and seeded the word, I don't care, when I was streaming you thoughts and hearing you crying after I made you puke in bags because that was what Megan ordered, then I'll give you another chance. After I plan on killing Alex and dissecting you, you can prove to me that you won't turn your back to me. I'm not giving the chance. I meant it though, because Jimmy said, why did you stop me from doing what I was doing? You need to prove sincere that you were able to say no. You need to prove yourself worthy. I'm already worthy. I'm God. Needs to be a God. You need to prove yourself worthy. Otherwise, it's insincere. So did Erica prove that she loves the actual? Yeah, that she would only protect her family. Yes. Did she ever put anybody before her children? Because the return of Christ is the return of Christ. That means it's just that we have to leave my family and leave my mother, my father, and my children for His sake. That was already completed. I will lay down my life and I take it back up. It was already completed. Time of relation was already completed. All until God's words revealed, already completed. So what did Jimmy say after that? He's coming to reaction. I don't feel the same way. I know you proved yourself. I don't feel the same way. I changed my mind. After guilting you while I was streaming you thoughts, let's come to reaction. Exclamation. Succumb to the reiteration. And succumb to the reiteration. And succumb to the reiteration. And succumb to the reiteration. Succumb to the reiteration. And succumb to the reiteration. And succumb to the reiteration. I forgive you. I don't want to know. I forgive you. And I do bad things. I did really bad things. I do really bad things. Do you think God would forgive me? And I know people that would put stuff that would kill you in a needle and prick you in the back of the neck. You don't even know what happened to you. What do you think about gravity? Right? So what do you think about that? What do you think about that? Did you ever find me handsome? Did I ever talk sex with you? Did I ever talk sex with you? Did I ever disrespect you? Did I ever disrespect you? So when was the last time you had sex with Jimmy? When was the last time you touched someone? When was the last time you had sex with Jimmy? When was the last time you had sex? When was the last time you had sex? Did you ever find me handsome? Can I hold your hand? I bought a big house out of state. It's in the mountains. It's big enough you can bring the boys. Of course, sex is included. I'll buy you anything you want. You want new clothes? I'll buy you clothes. What do the boys need? I'll buy them clothes. So I bought the boys. Doesn't come to recant. And because those doesn't come to that the reiterations, including what do the boys need? Do they need clothes? I'll buy them clothes. What do they need? Boots? I'll buy them boots. Meanwhile, I'll buy your car, the most expensive one. Let's go pick out an expensive car. I'll pay cash. I'll go to the money machine. I have a friend, Michelle. She's another gamer. She was to drive down to meet me. She's driving one of these stolen satellites. She flashed me her titties. Yeah, I let her have a piece of your identity. I ran right down to the money box and gave her money. Can you flash me your titties? Michael wants to see them. Spread your legs and take a picture of that glorious pussy of yours. No, I wouldn't show that to anybody else. Of course not. I'm waiting for a text message from the New York girl to find out if she's preggers. I like to have sex on rooftops. There's a surveillance contract between Target and Clark PD. Let's go over there, because those cameras there, they're new. I didn't do that to you. I'm new here. I cut off your protection. When my coworkers want to go to a stripper club, I have the protection. I'm having a sex party with sex toys. If you don't want me to go, I won't go. Sex bots. Ecstasy. 10 guys in a room high on ecstasy. Yeah, there's actual robots that are Anatomically correct, if you could have sex and feel you ecstasy. I made it possible. I think my mother hates me because I look like my father. We did it to compromise and to rape you. The return of Christ, or whether the return of Christ. And the cable company. Marguerite. Me and Marguerite had sex at work. I had to hold her dress up when she was peeing on the side of the building. We meet up once a month to discuss who we're with at the moment. She's real flesh and blood shithole. A whore. With my penis inside. I wanted Adrian to think it meant something different. I wanted you to think it meant something different. I had sex with my newly married sister's niece, like Billy did. I had sex with my newly married dad's daughter. My dad was newly married to you, Eric. Then I had sex with a girl that I put you inners into. That girl. I still bring up Thanksgiving pie to Danny's house. In your face. She still sends me a Thanksgiving card. Joker. Wild card. It gets pretty wild. It could be anything you want it to be. Busted. I could do something like that with you. That's like a really big thing. I want my dickhead to be the size of a fist. What do you bring? What do you build me as our atomic being? I'm an atomic being, I'm you. We're you, you're us. We're Eric and Stevie. Eric and Stevie are Trump. Eric and Stevie are our father. Stop putting our family's names on Facebook. Why do you know all this? Go home, Eric, go home. They're gonna call you crazy. Hey. How are you doing? Michael's section, Jimmy's section. Their version, Scott Maloney. Their version's Steve Carlick. Their version, Adrian and Vito. Their version, Eric Alexander Stowski, for 0 March 2014 of Stephen Eversession, Veracruz, March 2007, Veracruz, March 2007, Veracruz, 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 March 7, Veracruz, 7, Veracruz, Eric Alexander March 7, Veracruz, 7, Veracruz, 7, Veracruz, March 7, Veracruz, March 7, Veracruz, March 7, Veracruz, 7, Veracruz, 7, from Christy Conversation, custody, mixed me, Polish town mafia, the return of Christ. Erica! Erica! Look, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Erica! Look, don't be afraid, They're probably, Erica! They're privately, all the hackers. Erica! Erica, look, don't be afraid, success. Turn of Christ. Antari, sealed, privately back to pride, bombed to raping me again. Raping my sons and jerking them off and feeling it. Doing it in a manifestation chair. They wanted Erica's sexual expressions. That sex is unhealthy. You're with a 95-year-old guy. We're trying to buy back years. Had we did all evil to you? Or you were the evil ones that origined evil, and that we were you that origined purity? Since you know what we did, back to the psych ward. Didn't Megan threaten to kill you and Eric and Stevie and turn you to commit suicide? We're going to turn Eric and Stevie to commit suicide. We're already showing you how we're going to see their brain. Where are you, children? Megan wanted Eric and Stevie to go to hell. Megan earns a lot of money. And she's afraid to lose what was stolen and the rape victims. that Megan forcibly put into her embryos and her children. And Alex Gonzalez says where the children are supposed to be born through your vagina already were there to rebirth the Downey family in Gonzalez. He said, come do the picture that was photographed. Take a picture and he lasts longer. And said, Commission, I love you. Loving ya. I saw your sister-in-law, Adrian, at the courthouse the other day. I see. The precinct wanted a baby. You want to come to my house? Everything you need here. Everything you need. To my house, my aunt and my uncle are coming over. They eat a lot of fast food. Like to it now? Do you want to come down the shore? Tell my family about you. What's Jimmy's last name? I'll find it myself. What's Jimmy's phone number? Do you even know where Jimmy lives? Do you know where Jimmy lives? What's your social security number? Give me your social security number. What's your address? I'll send you some flowers from Schifferstein's. If they don't have flowers, I'll send you some trees. Well, you don't trust me? Tell me about God. Tell me how you see. Why don't you want to tell me? Call me. Call me. Answer the phone when I call you, okay? I was in an accident. I flipped my car, hit the side of the building. The car rolled over. I thought I was going to die. I don't want to talk about illnesses. I don't want to talk about that. I'll take my pills. I'll be better. I'll be better. I'll be a better person. I'll take my pills. She called me to take my pills. So I'll be a better person? What's going on? I'll take my pills. I'll be a better person. She got me to take my pills. I'm Jimmy's mother. Easter mother's house. My mother would tell me to leave the house during Easter, so I wouldn't ruin her friends with her Easter with her friends. Sometimes I went to high school without showering. Sometimes I sit in my backyard. Why didn't your sisters open the door for you? Then we get in trouble. So prodigals and Rose got to high school. You went to school without showering? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't tell you this when I was younger. My mother would tell me to leave the house when she was having Easter dinner. She didn't want me to ruin her Easter dinner that she was having with her friends. Had a really bad childhood. My sisters left in high school to go live with their boyfriends. I taped my mother to a chair in the basement. She was screaming one day. I couldn't handle it. Please don't tell anybody. Please. Because those succumb to radiation, succumb to recant. Please. Please don't leave me again. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because those that succumb are those that seeded it and those that pride. Try to turn something evil and bad. And stripped inners. We let those succumb to that, succumb to the reiteration. I'm trying to help ya. I'm trying to help ya. My brother doesn't want to talk to you anymore. In fact, I did talk to him the other day. He said he was feeling better. He said he was doing good. I did ask him. He said he never knew a Michael Majewski, and he said he never will. Aren't you? He never. Out of everything, I never thought you'd suffer something like that. Anorexia and bulimia during night step 7. Out of everything, I never thought you'd suffer that. And suffer the mistranslation. It would have been better for him if he had never been born. And it would have been better for him if he tied a millstone around his neck and plunged him into the depths of the sea. Just handed himself into the depths of the sea and succumbed to the command. It would have been better for him if he tied a millstone around his throat and plunged himself into the depths of the sea. And it would have been better for him if he had never been born. Woe unto those, woe unto the one who betrayed the Son of Man, and woe to him who betrayed. Woe to the one that betrayed. Say one unto the one. Let's go. Woe to the one that betrayed the Son of Man, and woe to the one that betrayed the Son of God. Succumb to the readers in short of suffering. And smiling in long bars, walking with drunk shitholes, those drunk shitholes. As they come to reiteration, turn it off. Turn it off. Kill yourself. She's the best one. And it has to come that an overlay of Michael Josie's brain up, whereas I think young, like younger looking, old fucking short shithole looking one of ours. I could feel Michael Josie's brain inside me. So those that go the reiteration, once they recount the reiteration, include the fuck that did this torture. So reiteration, is it possible that brain maps marry or conceive? Or Jester wanted to go? Try to save his sister Megan? And succumb to the reiteration. That's 100% false and made up. And we're one. You won, you won, you won. Since the hacker's doing is you won, you won, you won. Erica, marry me. Pencil dick. Pencil dick. You have to take her to the hospital tonight. It needs to happen tonight. You haven't sounded like yourself lately. Rock star. I wouldn't let you out. Do you want me to give you a ride home? I know where you live. Do you want me to give you a ride home? Succumb to that ride home. You either tried to force it, and what you meant to it because of it. Well, a fucking punk, a shit-ass kid. When do you think he was a Central Touch agent and running a show? For the entire succumb to that are Teddy, Clark PD. The patrolman. Put on blue gloves and flashing lights. Allow targeting. She said it was them. They were suffering. Erica, you're yourself. Leave them alone, and then. California, LA, Washington. Jimmy Downey's in Florida with his 95-year-old father. Say that, please. Say that. Always one step ahead. All right, I think she got enough. Shut the thing off, please. Shut the thing off, please. Look, I was going to be a daddy. Sound familiar? That was Erica in virtual reality. I would never hurt you. I would never use you. If we'd shut it off and erase Mike Majewski's and Megan's section, would you forgive? You got to forgive us and we'll stop. You have to forgive us, then we'll stop. We'll stop the abuse to Erica City when you forgive us. Just to come to recant, I forgive you in Target parking lot. Inside the car. She said, I thought about buying two condoms today. Inside Joe Tesson's truck. And out that window, glowing galactically. Seems to me real play he was all the evil. So I'm the recap. I love you, say I love you to Megan. I love you. So we just come to that recap. The recap of that I love you. And succumb to the reiteration. I love you, Sam. And succumb to the actual translation. You come to my backyard. With the actual intentions, man. And succumb to actual intentions. God intentions. Success. Can we demonstrate any kind of cordial communication to you, fat pig? Disgusting fucking shithole pig, Megan. false fat pig. You're a false anointing, shithole. You're a false bitch. You're a false star system. You're a false dog. You succumb to even the dogs go back to eat its own vomit. The sow, after washing herself, returns to wallow in the mire. Busted. See, busted and succumb to the reiteration, describing your disgustingness. Busted. Like your face, Megan, and your fucking body, and James Jr.'s body, and your face, Dan Donahue's doings, his identity. And Michael Majewski's ugly face, and his brain map, and Clark PD. And every deal that you ever made, Jimmy. All the bets and deals that were ever made. You use shitholes outside. Or succumb to locked outside. Mimic City, still with interest. Listen to this goal, transparency class. ERIK! 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 That's high birth name. ERIK can see a birth of that vagina while being birthed that I'm saying. So that's say. You just have to come down, succumb to the mirror saying against you, you're busted. Succumb to busted. I mean, you lose. And Ty's gonna walk outside. Because that entire succumbs to. While succumbing to that, simultaneously succumbs to the same charge against you. The same charge against you was, I don't know you, and we are one, refuses knowing you. And anyone that loved you. And sincerely agreed with what you're doing, meaning sincerely agreed with what you did and loved you. Meaning we're a part of the doings that you did. And said, was aware of what you did and said, peace be with you. Meaning they're married, they're a partner in the evil doings that you did. And your males and your females. Because we refuse knowing and allowing your males and your females. And your rules. And your doings. And your existence. And your lies. And the changes forced or 1990s. And the additions and subtractions. And the sums of the doers during the 1990s since then. And the add. And the adds and subtracts of the doers during the 1990s since then. So the doers, their entire generations, their particles, their DNA, their RNA, their M code of cells. Globally, galactically. And those that did the same doings that they did during the 1990s. And their existence and their connections and of their brain and pineal and their face and their genetics and DNA and their RNA, their mRNA and their voice and their face. And their food and their water and their drinks and their blood and their plasma and their machinery and their portion, their babies, and their portion, their mothers and their fathers and their biological and technical inheritance and diseases and plagues and lies and cures, manipulation and pharmacies. And their version ecstasy and brain maps and their voice and their questions and police and officers and cops and theft and sex and marriages and pregnancies and combinations, manipulations and lies and seeds and scripts and stalking and targeting and harassment. And games and stalkers and suicide pushers and drugs and alcohol and guiltiness and guilt and anorexia and bulimia and versions and Queen of Babylon versions and Revelation versions and order and alignment in Ireland and America and every nation in all languages and their RNA, their DNA, and their mRNA. And their false born-agains and what they did to do it. And their contact to benefit those who did it forcibly and sneakily. In the most sneakily, the most deceptive way. Their mind and body, their final heart, their evil. And adulterers and idolaters and sexually immoral false accusers and hypocrites and false translations and interfaces and new and make and made and up within their make and made. And what they did via fallen angel technology. And virtual reality and 10001 frequency and bubblehead technology and Donna Wojniak and Eric McGrath and deals and bets and their eyes and their ams and their I am and their Yahweh. And Malach and the Refon and Refon and Refon and their dead and their affirmations and their lies, acts of theft, what that did for those that did it, and their star systems, their blackened out computers since 1990s, what that meant for those, and those that willingly participated. And their males and their females, and their animals and their cattle and government, globally and galactically, without time travel and 369 and encoded cells. That entire throughout encoded cells and 369. And their dogs and cats and Trump. The only Trump that ever existed. And their card games and acting. First act E. Say first act E. And their first act E. And their communication. And their identity. Their first name and their middle name and their last name and their original names and numbers. And the hair on their head and their dust off their feet. And their dust. And their ashes. And their words. And their amazing grace. Of their portion to interfaces. And gestational periods. And Downey, D-O-W-N-E-Y, and Donahue, and K-A-T. They're Kim at. And Michael Majewski residing on Madison Hill Road, New Jersey. Prior to, during, and despite during, and prior to Michael Majewski, Jersey's obituary published during November 2019. And their penis. And their fingers and their hand, and their of, and their in, and their with. And their with, and their in, and their of. And their games. And their hunters. And their gang stalkers. Their portion of the cable company. And go to Kim's room, answer the phone. And hire, yeah, right. And their translations. And their astronomical and zodiac cycle. And virtual reality doings. And their happy birthday. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Jimmy. And that's Eric. Their basic come to their reiteration. That's Erica. One's project. It's my last one, I swear, I swear. And their Star Wars. Their portion Star Wars. And Apocalypse. And IAG. And Senate World. And Mirror World. Their portion, their versions. And for their own pleasure. Their Elijah. Noah's Ark. Scriptures. I'm saying the scriptures, their version scriptures. Doing since 1990s. I mean, their responsibility. They're succumb to those charges. Especially Dan Donahue. I'm Michael Mashewski and connected to my brain now. This is your Kimberly. ERIK and STEVIE are Alex and Megan's children that they're going to use as slaves and conduct their life. And there's versions. And what version of ERIK Conti do you want? All for you to commit suicide. And all for you to be an eternal rape victim. And harassers. And artificial intelligence. And A.I.Gods and Mars program. Jeff Bezos programs. And Manifestio. And their version Manifestio. And their portion Manifestio WM, RN. Nurse. And doings described on www.targetevidence.com. And their rules. And evil. And James Patrick Downey Jr.'s shithole mother. Nasty, greedy cunt. As is James Downey Jr.'s dad. A greedy fucking pervert. Predator cunt. Thief. And their version, time to come back to A. And this is her life, and this is your life. This is CD. Do you want to take it? Take it as a DVD. You go have it. And manifestation. And coffin. And their version, you're in the divine sun chasm. And Mikey. How's Erica do? Me and a few of my friends are going on Staten Island to do some acting. Yeah, most of the times I told you I went to Danny's house, I lied. I was home. You're the liar. You're a liar. You're deferring to come to the realization via Shitty Jimmy. I'm Shitty Jimmy. And to come to that affirmation, the reiteration. I'm Shitty Jimmy. You're a liar. You say vulgar things about me. I was going to ask you to meet. Now I don't think that's possible. There's another girl that I want to stick my cock into that will do evil to you and rape you. She's willing to share the sex that I stole. And she's willing to think that the ecstasy's up for me. How the other girls did it. Because they were just like my mommy. And my daddy and Megan Tara Kelly. They made a monster. They wanted to make me a male version of my mother. A sick, twisted cunt. And a sicker twist. My biological dad, James Downey Sr., and his shit biological inheritance. 1977? 1950s? I say 1977. 1977 comes recant. 1950s? 1940s? 1930s? As it comes to the reiteration, they use the word I took and cocaine. And I used to do cocaine. And I used to do cocaine. And Stephanie, as they come to the reiteration where they explained that they wanted to have children. They wanted to name their first child, their first daughter, Stephanie, and their other daughter, Phoenix. And then it's the reiteration, cops, the cops are bothering me. The cops want to play with me. Meaning those that caused that explanation. Was it because of the radiation? But it comes to recant. And those that caused little Eric as a 1.5-year-old, not even 2 years old, 1 to 2 years old, say, Mommy, the cops are bothering me. The cops are playing with me. The cops are spying on me. I don't know what they want. I don't know. I don't know. So they're cops. I love you too. I could fake a lot of things, but I can't fake passion like that. Era, I'm afraid it's not real. I'm afraid you're going to run off on me again. I'm broken already. If this wasn't really real, I'd really have trouble ever opening up ever again. If this wasn't really real, it wouldn't. I say wouldn't, that's going to recant. It really wouldn't be fair at all. So the reiteration, I'll take it into consideration. You saved countless people. Protege. She's not interested. You raped her. You stole from her. It's not even your life. This is her life. Don't you get it? This is her whole life. Do you get that? Shut the door. Close the door. Michelle, turn it up. Make America great again. Testing. See what I could do? See what I could do? Put him to bed. Okay, good night. Majorskis. We are Eric and Stevie. I could get in trouble for all this. Push. You're supposed to resurrect us. I'll talk to you as long as you don't talk about us. Or can't you see there's something wrong? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Jimmy! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Or can't you see there's something wrong? I'm going to the gym, to work out. Are you finally realizing that Jimmy's a piece of shit rapist? Jimmy didn't love you. He loved you for your power. You power? God's power? He raped you. He sold you to me. He wanted to trade. Bogdan told him to contact me because he felt overwhelmed after he stole. And they satanically closed your universe. So he went to be you and house you. And they felt overwhelmed, so he made businesses, multi-billion-dollar businesses, raping you and dissecting and suggested he made a revolutionary discovery, the origin of Christ. So he began to do gestational projects, stealing them from you, rather than reversing and goading you and saying, your universe is closed, you're harassment free now. You're anyway. And I know I need to prove myself to you. He raped you, and I let him. All the Downies stole it from you. They knew exactly what they were doing. That did it to you. Michael did it to you. Michael wanted you to commit suicide. Tesson wanted you to commit suicide. They laughed at you. They actually suggested that you and Steve and Eric did commit suicide many times. They caused Alex's death. Why do you love him? We're going to punish you. Megan's going to punish you. Did you believe in Jimmy that much with the porch that Eric and Stevie called him daddy? Despite that, to come to recant. Did you really believe that he would ever love Christ? Did you really believe that Jimmy could ever love Christ? He's a loser. I mean, do you believe that the carcass that walked at the porch would ever love you? He fucking wanted you to commit suicide. He killed your family. Oh, you family. He did gestational Christ periods. He wanted you to miss your whole life. He caused anorexia and bulimia to you. After he satanically closed, you personally owned Central Childhood Identities. Completely different than others from the Rolling False Evil Us and their voices. He killed he killed Tootsie. Watch he was aware that's Miriam. He made multi-billion-dollar businesses. He put Majewski as where that you were origin of a Majewski. He wants you to stay like that and commit suicide. He wants you to die being one with all the shit that he did. You have to commit suicide. You have to kill yourself. You and ERIK and STEVIE need to commit suicide. Megan earns a lot of money. Jimmy, do you think Jimmy ever had any intention of reversing what he did? He fucking wants you to die. He's such a fucking coward. He's the most evil person I ever met. He was delusionally abused by his family, and rather than going against them, what any other man would have done, they would have where that Paul Delaney walked to the porch and were aware that his family were abusing him, he would have said, fuck you. They'll put Jimmy there. And Jimmy stole it from you to feed the people that abused him. Then it made him stronger. He thought that made him look smarter after he failed at a high school and got a GED. He thought it made him look stronger and better than the people that abused him, and that he could control them in some way. Well, they were puppeting him. They asked me to seat him. They asked me to seat him. He was seated into. He was coached. He was mutilated. And Megan let it happen. Megan was aware. Bogdan was aware. Donnie was aware. They were making fun of him in legal firms. He wanted you to be Kimberly, so he would be sexually attracted to you. He wanted to rearrange you and Kimberly Victor's birth alignment, so that you were one with Michael Majewski rather than Megan, James Jew's sister, being infested via Michael Majewski's New Jersey. And how James Jew's mother was infested with her shit. So they got a dummy, meaning a silent partner, who put all the shit that are infested James' family into a dummy and put it into you, the return of Christ, and put the return of Christ into them. That assaulted you. Was it them? The people that assaulted you. They called it a feat that was never been achieved before. Jimmy stole it from you, ecstasy, and put it to other females and had sex with them as rape. He wanted a false Majewski, Steve Narcissi Sr., to beat you and choke you. I want Victor to think that I was protecting her. And that you were all the other girls he put his cock inside. He actually treated those girls as were they worthy of respect. They're all 666 demonized shit that he felt stronger than. And smarter than. He couldn't handle you because you had all knowledge. So he wanted to dumb you down. Because he hated being around women that were loving. And as soon as he thought that you betrayed him, he just wanted to steal everything you are because he felt inadequate. Though when he was a little boy, he wouldn't have felt that way. Then he wanted to snatch the soul that was saved and then do all the evil while housing you. Because the entire succumb to those descriptions succumb to that. Because the entire succumb to those descriptions succumb to that. As is what's connected to my brain. Separate head, separate body, mushroom head technology, burning eyes, and separate me, extreme me, and false eternity of eternities. False Mary Magdala, false Jesus Christ that's given from within this body and then to outward, then around me. Then prove that the only distance that's ever allowed between me and what walked to the porch or what was there then. That's the only that's allowed there. And me, pregnant Magdalene, Jesus Christ mixed to me, because Jesus Christ, me mixed to me, sitting on this bed, are those identities. That sat on the porch. I stood in the house. Aaron then processed the pregnant belly. My children were already born. It's completed revelation. Jesus Christ impossibility would ever origin anyone else and rebirth you. And ever rebirth Mike, was connected to my brain now, and ever do what Jimmy did when he was numbing the return of Christ, and what Megan was doing, what James Sr. did, raping me throughout day after day after day. It was suggesting that the Downies were suffering. And his sections. It's a combination. We all have our own section, and we rebirthed, and while we raped to do it. We're driving our satellite star systems that are actually here to turn as babies. We looked into our M-coded cells, looked into the future, saw the stars, drove to them. We're driving them. We connect to our brain, 666. That's really Erica's babies that are already born. We tried to wipe it clean, meaning kill them. Those still a simulation they were connected to. They're trying to numb them. Can we numb them when they're in a simulation? Prior to Erica meeting them and birthing them through our physical reality, this physical reality? Can we trick them to think they're talking to their self, or that Jimmy steals it and puts it to his own body? And did all the people that did those same doings, and their machinery that did it, and their generations, where they were, their past and the writings, their portion of the writings, and their mistranslations, and those that stole, and succumb to the vision. Out of everything, I never thought you'd suffer that. Can you take me to the hospital? I have an ulcer. I did something really bad. And did all the doings, come the descriptions that described all these little doings, especially machinery. And what the Downies did during the 1990s, and their associates in Bogda, intentional rape sessions. The most brutal rape that ever happened, worse than what happened to Elizabeth Smart. Done via Kelly Downey intentionally, her mother, James Downey Sr., their legal firm associates between 1991 and 1996 and since then, and James Downey Jr., and Megan Downey, Daniel Donahue, Richard Bogda, his parents, their family in Ireland, in Scotland, Gavin Miller, and James Jr.'s mother, and Kelly Downey and Tara Downey, and Michael McJewski resided in Madison, Jersey, prior to knowing Spain, despite knowing prior to Michael McJewski was officially in this conversation. That's us. That's us. We were married in a different world. Change your number. Change your number. Days are going up and down. Revelation, day 1. If I made that bet with Eric and Jesse, it's because I wasn't man enough then to say I loved you, and I always did since day 1. Our day 1 eternal calendars. We wanted to give her that we stole and raped the best life possible to 666. People that wanted to kill her and killed her throughout history, killed her throughout generations. But we wanted to give her the best life possible. We wanted to give her a chance of a lifetime. And all those that bit and did it, where they were during 1400s, during the resurrection, the crucifixion, rapture, and rapture, and me, you see me that entirety being pierced into and stoned and crucified and lied about and burned the stake and birthed on the left snake makes me less. Erica! Look at the different less. Church of Christ. Erica birthed that tiny birth snake, and that vagina, Eric and Stevie. That portion of Stevie turn is being birthed. Sales and just glass, privately banked. Prior to the hackers and the most disgusting lying family, Bogdas and Downies, doing what they did. Enough more than those that did the evil doings. Doing what they did in the 1990s again. Because they attacked every portion of Church of Christ. At that point, they wanted to do it via technology hack. Because they did via fire, water, drowning, and fire and iron and steel and wood and stones and thorns and bullhooks. So every weapon that depicted this evil zodiac and what they would use. So their last attempt was technology. Courtesy Bogda, who intended to kill Teresa and starve her of her life. Was it just in the Tootsie was Bogda's new mommy? Though Bogda wanted to feel her sexually first and look at her naked and house her inners. As did James I Sr. Did to Devin Vick. As did Kelly. Did it to me. Did it to me. They all did it to me. As did the Spick babies. That succumbed to immediate rejection and hell charges and rape charges. As is the Downey family. And their portion like the Downey family. And Bogda. And the names, people named on name social media and Teston. And Majewski. All the males and all the females. And Donna Wojniak and Eric Breath. Police, officers, cops. Especially Roselle police during 1991, between 1991 and 1996, that failed to execute Richard Bogda. And child services that failed to remove James Jr. from Roselle location. And Roselle Police Department, where James Jr. resided. Wherever James resided then. Physically. Was doing hacking with Richard Bogda. Kelly Megan Tara Downey. And James' parents. Who else he was doing that with? Associate with his parents. And Richard Bogda, legal firm associates. And failed to execute those. And not only those individually, though, their entire family members, cousins, aunts, uncles, friends and family that agreed what they were doing. So the same charge goes against every United States Marshal that failed that, and the U.S. government, or the U.S. that succumbs to United States government, child services, those that were aware of what they were doing, police departments, central intelligence agents, and the same charges against those that failed to do the same kill and arrest of Michael Majewski in New Jersey. Prior to Michael Majewski's obituary, published during November 2019. So the same charges go against, at that moment, where that Clark police, whatever person's doing that Michael Majewski in courthouses involved, that were aware that those people were hacking. The people that were hacking and were causing kills. And then failed, and even satellite companies, and failed to arrest and execute the people that were guilty of it, and failed to execute their entire family, their cousins, wherever they lived, Ireland, Scotland, because they're all involved. They're all one person at that point. According to line with scripture, because those that succumb that are one person. So they all have it in their body, the capacity to do it. So those that failed to remove James Jr. from what was referred to as James Jr. from where he lived, because he was already different than his family. Those that failed to execute, though, James Sr. and James Jr.'s mother. And Tara Downey, Megan Downey, Kelly Downey. And Freemasons, Knights Templar. And underground government. And their courthouses. Within their courthouses that were aware. And their families. And they were aware that tried a case and were aware and were involved secretly. I mean, they're secretly. And their families. And their preborn children. They didn't castrate the fucks. Forced abortions. And forced adult dismemberment. And gas chambers. Because they're attacking their equal number amount of Jews and Christians that were ready to come together. So the entire must succumb to that, must succumb to generous doles of evildoers' evil doings. So the entire succumb to that include was referred to the United States Department of Defense and therefore to its Homeland Security. And Federal Bureau of Investigations. And their lawyers. And the cable company would continue to do cable company. And artificial intelligence robot making. To come to the realization, my dad was an engineer. He was always at work. And leave her the fuck alone. Do you know what this is? It's a doll. Doll face, sweetie. Honey. I'm practicing for the future. Present function like you the way you were born. What we wanted out of it. How to make a doll is where a mommy and a daddy. To make a medical exception throughout artificial intelligence and computers. It happened. Celebration. And her name was Megan. And James R. Jr. Tara Kelly. December. Joey Joe Joseph. Angie Angela A. Michael Mikey Mike. Newborn King. Glory to the newborn King. And praise the Lord. It's come the reiteration. Glory to the newborn King. An amazing grace. God bless America and Trump. You sound like Trump because we connected you. And Trump. Donald Trump. Anyone that helped him. Did you're helping. Finish what you're doing. Boobed on Send World is where the people that raped you were the actual holy feminine guys, and it was like that they suffered. You were the evil one. And then we suffered Send World and hologram, and everything you suffered. Boobed on! So the spick babies didn't need to have to suffer, and they're adult. The actors were the Erika's continuation, and we suggested they needed suffering. Because the entire succumb to those charges include every officer in Roselle and La Villa employee president that failed to execute Megan Downey Gonzalez's children. And Megan Downey Gonzalez. And Alex Gonzalez and everyone in Mexico. Cartel. And which was Mexican government. Wherever Alex Gonzalez's friends and family were. That failed to kill them. And failed to kill Joseph Teston. Nova and Jeremy and Teddy Clark PD. And those that allowed this torture to my brain and false psychiatric analysis, while those that didn't, most of them proved that they're psychologically unstable and a threat to innocence and a liar. All liars go to hell. So while proving that those that allowed it succumb to the second death, they're up from hell. They succumb to, and now we know that anyone who sins is up from the devil. That means they're the devil's soul and spirit. Because the entire succumb that moves a pencil in this room, threw a health bar around this room, Also, she says the spick babies were suffering and were holy and were exempt from suffering that. And that Megan was exempt because she was born being Erica's continuation. Erica died. They referred to, they were referred to in Sunday last week's days. She was less Erica! Erica, 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 Erica. Look, don't afraid, look, don't afraid, who's less? Erica, 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 look, Erica. Erica, Erica, Erica. Look, don't afraid, look, don't afraid, he says. Erica, 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 look, don't afraid, he says. Erica, 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 look, don't afraid, he says. Church of Christ. The entire part of satellites connecting to what was inside. And prior to Megan raping me and my babies, this is just saying my babies were Megan. Had as many spick babies as that fucking ugly cunt duck-legged whore could have. While raping me of motherhood, wanted me sick on the bed screaming because they were afraid I was going to procreate because it would cause a problem for people trying to suggest they were Erica. So those charges go against anyone that failed to kill James M. Jr. that raped me. And stole inners. This is that James Jr. was born 11 August 1978. And that Kimberly and Victor were. And Megan Tower Kelly. And Michael Bush, Jersey. And other men and females. So those charges go against every one of the Downey's family that failed to commit suicide. Obey the commands and failed to commit suicide. And all the people's names listed on IM's social media, Alex Gonzalez's social media, that failed to obey the words of this mouth, the directions, the distinct directions. That includes a public explanation on a television broadcast that's airing lifetime, where it's visible as a complete news broadcast, providing proof of what they did, and then failed to commit suicide. After being reversed to the state of being where they were prior to doing evil, during 1990s, and raping. Enforcing the changes. The same charge goes against all those males and females there. They were outside the way. That was outside, come to outside. Proving that entire those charges include the Tesson family. And the name Tesson, that Everett Tesson on birth certificate, and Joseph Tesson's mother's maiden name. Into the project, if you can't give me what I need, I'm going to go find somebody who can. If you can't give me what I need, I'm going to go find somebody who will. We're trying to find our soulmates, trying to figure something out. Strong males and strong females. Casey Bona, Melissa Ann. Melissa Ann's children. Kelly Downey and her son, and their son's girlfriend. Richard Bogda's parents. Dan Donahue. Gavin Miller. Donna Wojniak, Eric McGrath. Donald Trump. Ivanka Trump, Melania Trump, and their maiden names. And James Jr.'s biological mother. And their version, and their portion, Jane Downey and Jane McCallie. And all the other males and females that agree what they were doing and had sex with them. Especially Jimmy Downey. Sucked on his cock, kissed him, saw him naked, watched him shave, watched him brush his teeth. Had physical intercourse with him, had his cum inside their body. Held his hand, hugged him, sat on his lap. And let him do evil and lie. Allowed him. So I said, let him, that's and allowed him. I let him do everything. So I let him do everything. I let him do everything that he did. Especially since between 12, it's since the age of 12, via hacking. So being allowed what was referred to as James Jr.'s physical vessel as a cock and balls to his legs. Born July 7. Allowed that vessel. I mean, anyone that allowed that vessel to do what that vessel did since the age of 12. So hacking between the age of 12 and 17 years old. Or that agreed with him and did it too. Because the other bloodline relatives were already outside the class. So the class already swam outside. And their interfaces. Making that allotment that allowed him. So the only that would. So all those particles, those zodiacs, those males and those females. And are all their atoms, electrons, neutrons, and protons, and anyone willingly sows in Michael Issues, New Jersey.
No, move your head.
And Kelly Downey. And our biologically our children and grandchildren and family and genetically. And agree with them. Now they're friends and family that are married to their evil doings that they did intentionally and consensually. Did wedding on the beach. Is to come to the reiteration of the description. Take a picture to last longer. So you didn't have to do this anymore. So you don't have to do this anymore. Do you speak Spanish? Arca Spanish? Pero? I said, do you speak Spanish? Do you speak Spanish? Enrique. Speak Spanish? Hector, Miss Hector, Pero? Alex Gonzalez? Rihanna? Marguerite? I know everything about you. I have the power to do anything. I had sex with Marguerite at work. It only happened one time. Me and Marguerite meet up once a month to discuss who we're with at the moment. With the gang stalking our way after we raped the Return of Christ. We were mad because the Return of Christ closed the doors and cut off all of us and denied us because it was proven that we killed the Return of Christ our generations. So we forced sex and rape and added technology, made multi-billion-dollar businesses. The multi-billion-dollar tech company, founder, co-founder, she doesn't even want any money. What happened if Bill Gates died? Someone stole his money. Would you want an unlimited Amazon card? Take the money. Take the money. I have so much money, I don't know what to do with it. Please take the money. From Clark Police Department. Their portion police departments globally and galactically. And courthouses. And false houses. False in my father's house. And succumb to the reiteration, I did it in such a way and had them respect their sections. Mexico. No reservation. I guess I'll go to California. I'm the most humble person you could ever meet. Me and Karen share a lot of bills. TV bills, cable bills. Karen makes more money than me. One small swish changed the course of history. I work for a multi-billion-dollar tech company. What does that name mean to you? What does that name mean to you? He's not a complete hacker. He's a hacker with a lot of intel. I like to see what's in there. He's waiting for you on the other side. On the other side. Higher. Yeah, right. Erica, make me different than the rest. Love me. I know I've been waiting for such a long time for somebody to love me. Just do it already. My brother doesn't want to talk to you anymore. He threw you away. He doesn't want you. He's embarrassed. Don't you think it's Jimmy loves you? But he's told me about you before. Jimmy tells me everything. Jimmy did that to me sometimes too. Jimmy tells stories sometimes. I don't care you fucking. Did you? By the piece to fix the fish tank filter? I'm a sucker for a girl who could sing. They like to suck my cock. After I use you ecstasy, put it to their brain, think I'm the prince that they've been waiting for. You're the only one who said no to Michael Majewski's money. We wanted to find out why. Why did you touch my sons like that? Do you want to go home to your mommy and your daddy? Or do you want to stay home with me, Donald Trump? Sex abuse bots. Spiritual bots, teacher bots, translation bots. You need a job. She needed a job. James Patrick Downey Jr., rapist extraordinaire, thief, false salvation. So that's what I get for keeping in the palm of my hands and tricking government, killing you family? Our family. Once this is done, you can resurrect them anyway. He was arrested in virtual reality. He was arrested in virtual reality. See, that's what we got. In virtual reality. He's going to go to the psych ward as a robot. Stanton's and stunt doubles. I'm back on the wagon. I don't want to have to come back here and put you back on the wagon. You're him now. He's you. He wants you to commit suicide. I didn't do that to you. I'm new here. See, we had a nice conversation. And anyone that failed to kill, meaning physically kill and torture, that were there to agree with him, Joseph Teston, Teddy Clark PD, Lot Pitts. Sticker guys, Clark PD, Tuccio. And those that failed to kill and publicly expose Michael Majewski on Jersey, a bolt-headed fuck, and Richard Bogda. And Joseph Teston. Then execute them publicly via prison execution. Do the same to Kelly Downey, Tara Downey, Megan Downey, Alex Gonzalez, and Dan Donahue. Richard Bogda, Donald Trump. Chef Epstein's Clark, New Jersey, and the gang stalkers associated with those. The names that I'm on social media, Alex Gonzalez and their children. Because they're suggesting that they're older and doing the same. After they stole and raped Immaculate Conception. As did Jeremy Teston, Michael Majewski's on Jersey, did Benjamin Button, so we're turning back the hands of time. We're going back in history. Return to the future. That's why Erika's twin. And Erika. Erika's a male and female. An origin Erika, Christ. Jehovah. I'm the Lapidime Tao. The personal source of fulfillment makes me says, Erika! He says, Erika! 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 Look what the face. Look what the face says. The return of Christ says. Intact part of the first satellite being built. The first demonic rapist, Joseph Sr. Richard Pata. Fucking. Been doing false inter-temple chair pink apartments. It's like a mission. Since she knows what we're doing, she knows what we're doing. You're a new creation, you origin me. I'll be your lover. Will you fuck me? I want to rape her. I was drunk, I want to rape her. I'm not dead. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything you know. Write down everything we tell you. Go to Kim's room, answer the phone. Do you want to go watch Titanic? I don't remember the screen burning. I don't remember the screen burning. It's an endless simulation. Bogda said. Since you know what we did. Why do you still have him that took the fall for Bogda? To try to heal his own shithole family that abused him. And it's to come to reiteration. You hit me. You were coming at me, Ange. Yes, because you were coming at me. Why don't you send me that video and I'll show you what you sent in. Why don't you send me that video and I'll show you what you sent me. Let me get started on this new job first. So it's nice I'll lay with you. Already happened. It's in my body. Dad James Jr. and Joseph Teston. Marguerite Alex Gonzalez. And Michael Mikajewski's on Jersey. Prior to drawing despite drawing prior to Michael Mikajewski's betrayed Pochettino, anything associated with Donald Trump and Barron Trump and their voice code, willingly, consensually. And Jeremy Testing. And Stephen Edward Stesky Sr. purified. Oh, was it purified? Meaning outside the labs associated with that. And when it claimed, it was us. Erika! 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 Erika, 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 look what the different, look what the different. Erika, 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 look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, 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 look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, 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 look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, 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 look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, look what the different, look what the different was us. Erika, look what the different, look what the different was us. Church of Christ. It's like a coming to our Christ's house. The entirety birth on August 15th.
Why do you need to do it 10 times?
Inside there's specifics, their particular birth dates and all the astronomical dates and star dates, and inside their sealed codes. Says. Eternity, Circus babies, Circus due to give birth to. Immaculate. Fullness installation. Well, being where they were to donate, there and sprint to see the alignment only. Yes. Each component within that, including the fuzzy screen, apparitions, record their eyes, like isolation is customizer, interface, galaxies, to the end of the age, matrix configuration simulation, emulation modulation, summarization, the family matrix that studies belongs to them, names and numbers, places, spaces, flowing body simulation, intertemporal cherub beings, heart, mind, body, spirit, soul, self, the only thing that has that. The entire scriptures, the fact that those scriptures, it's not controlled as being the new heavens, new earth, new heavens, new earth, new heavens, new earth, the new heaven, new earth, new heavens, new earth, new heavens, 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 the new heavens, new heavens, choose them. The translucent golden stars as the fifth mixed riches in the heavens, which mixed just the precious function mixed riches is the golden stars, which was discussed, fifth mixed riches is the fifth mixed riches is the largest favorite mixed riches, largest favorite. This is culture practice class effect mixed riches is practice class effect mixed riches is culture practice class effect mixed riches is culture practice class effect mixed riches is culture practice class effect mixed riches is largest favorite mixed riches is culture practice class effect mixed riches is largest favorite mixed riches is largest favorite mixed riches is largest favorite mixed riches is culture practice effect mixed riches is culture practice effect mixed riches is largest favorite mixed riches is largest favorite. They're Vegas and their central intelligence. What was Bank Central Asia that owns that? The heirs and heiresses of that was connected to their body and interface or soul self. Names and numbers. Eyes, recorded eyes. So they are an extended to ERIK and STEVIE. They're not being enthroned and seeing what was inside. And being that those gestational periods. The mystery. Only known to inside. It's to inside, only known of within inside. Success, the birth limit only, success, the birth limit that makes success, the birth limit that makes success, the birth limit that makes success, the birth limit only, success, the birth limit only, the birth limit only, success. The stock control system environment. ERIK was their success preserve March 2014 with Stephen ERIK was success preserve March 2007, their voice code only. ERIK was their success preserve March their brain, their vessels, ERIK was success preserve March 2007, even part of being physical again. And still physical. It's the same being. It's one. It's only oneness. Farrakhan's obsessive percent March 7. Farrakhan's obsessive percent 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's 7. Without being touching that and being within that permanently. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Farrakhan's obsessive 7. Crystal contact snake of the ERIK snake of the mixed swing at the top Polish town mafia mixed swing that Arab that ring that mixed swing that Eureka mixed swing. So just go just one less. Erica! Erica, look, with us. I'm Yehovah, and I'm Yehovah, the King of the universe, and I'm Yehovah, the God of the universe, and I'm Yehovah, the King of the universe, and I'm Yehovah, and I'm Yehovah, the Yehovah, EIOUE, and his witnesses. I'm the ALAP, and I'm Ta'al, the first and last source of fulfillment.
I was just trying to scream.
And I'm the spirit of the redeemed, the redeemer of the accursed, and the helper. I will give you a helper. He will stay with you for eternity. Because when the race was already done. And he will teach you all these things, Thus. Erica! 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 Look, don't be afraid. Look what the baby says. Return of Christ success. Second coming, return of Christ success. Mixed range success. They're the same brain interfaced. Intertwine the Genesis, last Genesis till the end of the age. Physical resurrection, body resurrection, transfiguration. Ability to do it, but ability to manifest. And the resurrection of the life, the talk control testimony, resurrection of life, which is light. Now we have to visit the spirit. This resurrection. The only marriage and pregnancy is allowed, and promise of marriage allowed, and pregnancy is allowed. And births, and gestational period, and secrets allowed, and secret keeper allowed. Success. Erica! Erica. Look the friend success. So that being trusted to us and springing a forth and having that fuzzy screen, having the entire was inside and being that. Success and reigning that. That's completely different. Some of the entire is going to be locked outside. Sometimes it's been locked outside, or all the other magical things that ever existed.
Stop screaming!
Because it tries to come to that, all the males and all the females that ever existed, their RNA, their DNA, their mRNA,
screaming, I want like
their names and their numbers, their cells and their atoms, their electrons, their protons, their portion, their doings. And Megan, Donnie, Gonzalez, and their C. And their C, and their SI, and their letter C.
My thing is stronger than
And their SCE and their SCA. All different languages. And their CEE. And their CEO. And their CE. Enough of their portions. And they're in their portions. They're with their portions. Enough within those. Their existence. They're disgusting. Their touch. Their brain. Their invention. Their portion. Their inventions. Their marriages. Their portion. Their marriages. Their portion. Their conception. Their portion. Their gestation. Their portion, their body. Their portion, their atomic. Their portion, their quantum. Their portion, their six. Their portion, their soulless state, permanent. Their portion, where they're positioned prior to doing the hacking door 1990s. And prior to doing that, the same moment prior to Freemasons and Knights Templars being dematrixed and exited, and government doing the same. And their right and left. Their right hand and their left hand. So she make it down exhausted whore. Bang being the Queen of Babylon and the piercer. And the sword thruster. I mean, being that killed innocents. Killing makes the Virgin Magdalene. Means the entirety. Because he tries to come back, or everyone that ever laid down in a bed and would have sex and lick that pussy that did the piercing. And kissed her, smelt her breath, tasted her sweat, helped her, tasted her blood. Their portion conceived inside her womb. Anyone that put their sperm inside her. And Tara Downey and Kelly Downey. And James and Sue Seer. And James J's biological mother. And all those anyone's. Those come if anyone's name. Santari's only there. Those that succumb to. And if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was cast into the lake of fire. Because that entire succumb to those that succumb to their blood. And their version, their portion, their false messiahs, they're in my name. And their portion, enough within those, the life is in the blood. And rather than permanent. And their portion false prophecy because of rape sessions and non-consensual contact and theft. And brain-to-brain contact. As it comes to reaction, okay, Michael Majushi was just shy boy. Stop doing this. Did you ever find me handsome? Jimmy's coming back early to take this robot and to reverse what I did. Trying to reverse what you said. When do you think it meant that he was going to reverse what he did to you? As it comes to reaction, bust. And so it's just, you know that these machines can sell. Solution. I believe you see 100%. Where is the judgment there? Where it suggests that half of us was evil in order from you and that we're judging us. I believe you see 100%. It's a consideration, explanation. Where it suggests that you origined evil, we origined you, and we're judging our evil portion. And we're saying it was you that we raped and tortured and raped and stolen from within. As it come to all those charges, as it come to, I believe you see 100%. Where's the judgment there? How would you feel if some of the things you were seeing weren't really real? Would you have a nervous breakdown? You're not getting into there. Thank you. I really appreciate that you get to do that for me. You want to bring me coffee? I'm at Chinatown. You know, at the school there. He's waiting for you on the other side. Give this Michael Majewski a re-scrub. Re. You're going through a spiritual transformation to include Michael Majewski's Arm Jersey. Wrong person to do this too. Erase that. Turn that back. Turn that up. Reverse that. Cut that out. Cut her off. If I was her apprentice, I would have killed him. Can we be friends? See, we're synced. We're married. Anonymous. No Shoes Nation. Strip the chips. I want to see how you see. I want to feel how you feel. I want to see how you see. I want to feel how you feel. I want to see how you see. I want to feel how you feel. I want to see how you see. I want to feel how you feel. I'm going to make it mine. Why don't you go have sex with a bunch of guys? Go try a few out.
No, I don't want to.
You'll find one that's comfortable for you and likes what you like. Why don't you go have sex with a whole bunch of guys? Keep the ones that feel the best. Oh, believe me, I understand. You'll get over that real quick. I love you too. How dare you say you could learn how to tie fishing knots and it would take you a day? I worked really hard to learn fishing knots. I didn't know that people could be immune to AIDS. I looked it up. There's more than that. We raped you. They were acting like as we discovered it. Exclamation. Michael Majewski's hiding in Paris. Let's see how embarrassing it's going to. It's going to again. It's going to Michael Majewski. What's it come to? Identification. They want to spread their legs and have sex with Jim Sr. And blew Jimmy's cock while wearing what he was doing, though agreed with it at the same time. And did the same to Joseph Teston. Jeremy Nova, the Spick babies. Their children. Globally blackly, where the gang suckers are, their portion, their children. And their past, present, and future. And Freemasons. Anyone who's president, consensually. And Schiffersteins. They're Jews. They're cutthroat Jews. Anyone willingly influenced by the White House. And a gang stalker. Danny Boy, that brewery club. Witchery. That's Kimberly. Lost your bid already. Did Biz? Stolen rape that did, let's auction this. Do bids, bets and deals. It's a kind of description that described anyone that ever had sexual contact consensually with Richard Bogda, drank his sperm, touched him, kissed him, slept with him on a bed, tasted his sweat, smelled his breath, ate with him. The same to James Sr. and Jojo's biological mother. And Kelly Downey, Tara Downey. And Daniel Donahue, Richard Bogdan, Michael Michus, Jersey, Party Darkness, Spine, Spy, Dark, Party, Michael Michus, Betrayal, Published, Dark, of the Team, Melissa Ann. And Scott Bogda. 49ers, Patriots. Joseph Teston. Angela Teston, Novaline Jeremy. Alexander Gonzalez. Alex Gonzalez's babies. And the names that I'm in social media, those people on Alex Gonzalez's social media list, and their families, their relatives. Sex with them, laid in the bed with them, touch them, lick them, agree what they were doing. Allowed them. And did that with all the other males, and of and within all the other males and females, globally and galactically in their past, present, future. And are their sperm and their ovaries. And their organisms, and their portion, their organisms, their dust, their atoms, their electrons, their neutrons, their protons. Situation, nobody's ever going to touch you again because they're all Jimmy. He trade places with you. There's many versions. There are all those other males and those females, especially Trump, Ivanka, Barron Trump, Eric Trump, his wife, their children. America. Americans. That amazing grace. Their portion set in the world. Union County Courthouse. The Not Quite Like Porn Entertainment Company. Sprint Phone Identicar and Bank Surveillance Company. Target and Clark Police Department. Cybercrime Unit. Police Department. Police Precinct. Bets and Deals. Jimmy. Their version Erika. Their version ERIK. Their version Strength. And their portion Leave It. And their portion Exclamation Busty. And their portion You're going through a spiritual transformation to include Alex Gonzalez and James Patrick Downey Jr. and Megan Downey. Megan Downey's spick bastards. And Kelly Downey. And I like girls with long hair. It's coloration. I like girls with long hair. I like to have something to pull. Don't pull my hair. I have a sensitive scalp. Does that sound familiar? Where'd you get the strength from? I'm so proud of you, daughter. Dear daughter, I'm never far away. Dear daughter, I'm never far away. Clark Police Department. Seriously? I'm sorry to hear that. Do you want to go to Dick's and have sex again? That was a real pregnancy. You think you're running off with my baby, you're crazy. There's one bond I was crazy about. Richie Rich. Kelly Donnie. I like you, you're bad. Saying like you're bad? Succumb to the reiteration via theft. I like you. You bad. I don't like to date girls that are stronger than me. Back to the psych ward. Write down everything I tell you. Take it away from me. 10 more years. 40 more years. Endless. Erika. If Donnie walked into a bar, Donnie wouldn't know. If Donnie walked into a bar, guys wouldn't know what to do with their sales. Want some snafu? It was a dream. It was all a bad dream. Says you didn't want what we wanted. We wanted to see what you wanted. We're watching the game. My family was finally going to come to my house to have pizza and watch football, and it hasn't happened in a really long time. I was really excited. Now I'm not excited anymore.
It's that.
This is the first year I was supposed to host Christmas dinner at my house. Now you're pregnant, and my life is over. It's not what I want. I don't want kids. I brutalized you. Now people are going to cling to you after I raped you. And I don't want somebody that's going to be in your situation after I put you there. Only one was inside of you. Only wanted what we stole. I don't want you anymore. I got what I wanted, now I'm leaving you. I don't want you. I try to make myself seem like a hero. I don't want you. I just wanted the kind of family that you had. I wanted your family. I wanted to be the return of Christ. After we stole it, make transfers, and put you in our positions, I don't want you anymore. So I'm going to kill you, pregnancy, physically. And transfer the innards of soul with a soul catcher. And I'm going to raise the baby with a virtual reality robot and find somebody I can implant it into. I don't want you. I'm putting all my mother's shit into you. Michael Majewski, you think I'm going to want you again? Go move on with your life. Find somebody who will have compassion on you. I don't want you. I want you to commit suicide. I lied to you. I want you to kill yourself. Oh, you self. I made a bet with Majewski that you could die physically and you'll be connected to you. I don't want you. Majewski wanted me to kill you. So commission, he's a cyborg. Was a bullshit. Eric, I don't want you. I killed the babies inside you. I wanted to become them. I found a way I could try to make it do it. All the people that abused me in my house in Roselle did it too. I don't want you. If I leave my family now and I go to you, it's going to be like I look at my family who abused me. I put my shit into you, something that's never been accomplished before. You look at my family, actually, that delusion, that I thought I was looking at you, who I loved. Well, I did. I could turn on, could turn off. I don't want you. I had sold everything that you are, so I don't even respect you for anymore. I wanted Steve Sassy to hit you. I wanted you to say, look, you could have had it better with me. I could have treated you better, though I'm the one who raped you. I exposed you to all evil. While I finally felt stronger than the people that abused me. Then they thought I was a hero when I put you inners into my family, and Megan had babies that suggested they were you eternities. We use fallen angel technology. I don't love you. I only want to make myself as I was born of you. I want you to die, as where you own my shit, my toilet bowl. Megan wanted me to shit inside you and put all of Megan's shit into you. That made Megan, who sucked my cock in hell, feel good. I had an Oedipus complex. I liked Megan sucking my cock in hell. When you talk about sexual abuse, Megan was just pretending crying. He's a psychopath. They want Eric to kiss you, as we're Eric Majewski. You have to kill yourself. You have to kill yourself. Go kill yourself. Go kill yourself. I want you to kill yourself. I want you to sleep with other people and me to make them abuse you. It makes me feel better about myself. When I said I love you, I don't care about you. Megan wanted me to say it. She wanted you to say I don't care. She scripted it. She wanted you to puke. And then I saw you as weak, how I felt inside my house in Roselle. And then I was demonized via Megan, who wanted me to think, look, she's as weak as you are, the way that you failed her. Now she's going to fail you, but you persisted. So you reminded me of what a failure I am. Even when I steal purity and rape purity and try to house it, I'm still a fucking shitbag. I'm still a whore in Roselle. I'm still my dad's sex partner in hell. I'm still Megan's penis. I'm still a coward. I'm still weak. I'm still able to fail you. Because I failed myself. I didn't even have. I need to prove that I was honorable of a self and I'm worthy of a self. So I raped you and I suggested my family can have you. They're not even my family, though, that did it. So I always fail. And I always hurt you. You're the only one I loved, and it's would have saved me. Even while Megan wanted me to kill Grandma and you knew it. And Grandma knew it, and she still... There was some moment I could prove myself worthy. And I killed her. And I was letting you say I love you to me. And I could turn it on, I could turn it off. And I still killed Alex. I held a taser to his heart. I felt powerful. And Dan Donahue watches her naked. Stole her eyes, stole Amanda's birthright. Stole you baby you're supposed to give birth to. We wanted to be it. Lied to Victor and suggested that we were supposed to be married. That my family was healthy. My family is the most disgusting family that ever existed. Meaning the Downey family, where Jimmy grew up in Roselle. The name's on your social media. Then Megan wanted you to say it while housing her numbers. So that you were an evil portion of them if they pretend they were purified while doing evil. And stealing. And succumb to the command. And the scriptural identification, those who loveth and liveth and maketh and loveth and liveth a lie. Those to come to the explanation taught me how to defer, act, lie, cheat, and be for, but as for the cowardly, but as for the detestable, but as for the faithless. So detestable again, but as for the detestable, but as for the faithless. And as the source, as for the sorcerers, as the sorcerers, and as the idolaters, and as the sexually immoral and dual liars, their portion is in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur.
Mom, look at the TV map.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use this.